High. Oh, praises to the Most High. What's up, young Prince? What's up, brother?
Such. All praise to the Most High God of Israel. Right, we're not talking about the people in the land of Israel today, man. We're talking about all praise to the Most High God of the true biblical Israelites. That's you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. See, we can prove it. We can prove that you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians are the biblical Israelites. Right? We can get your imam to say it. We could get your Christian pastor to say it. And if you just listen, right, we get you to understand that you are an Israelite. And everything happening in Israel is because of us. Because of blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians that's repenting.
Right.
In order for us to move in, the current inhabitants of that land need to move out. And the Most High moving them out, man. Let me get Sirach 1. Matter of fact, first let me get Revelation 2 and 9. Them fake Jews in the land, man, they getting kicked out the land. Right? They getting evicted. All praise to the Most High. See, if the Most High was dealing with them Jewish people, or if he was dealing with the Muslim people, them Arabs, then the Most High would be protecting them. Right? The Quran says the unbeliever shall receive hellfire, and Palestine is under hellfire, man.
Right.
Right? So obviously they must be unbelievers, right?
Yeah.
And they the most devoted Muslims that you're going to see. They actually devoted up in their land. So you see that God really ain't doing nothing for y'all. Because it's the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, not the God of Ishmael. Right? And them Israelites are not the true descendants of Jacob. Bring that out.
Revelation 2 and 9, KJV. I know thy works and tribulation.
Right? The Most High knows the works of the real Israelites. And the real Israelites will be going through tribulation. They'll be going through a hardship. And you don't see the Jewish people going through any hardship, besides getting bombed right now. But other than that, they own the banks, they own the prisons, right? They own everything. They own the music companies. They own the motion picture labels. They own everything. They're not going through tribulation. Keep going.
And poverty.
Right? The Jewish people aren't in poverty. Right? They make up 1% of the world's population, and they are the richest people on this earth. There's no poverty in these Jewish communities. That's because they're Jewish. They're wanting to be like a Jew. Because if I said you was childish, that doesn't mean you're a child. It means you're acting like a child. So these Jewish people aren't the real people. They're not going through any poverty. Right? The people that make up the majority of the poverty on this earth is blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. And the Bible says, I know thy tribulation and poverty. Right? Who's going through tribulation and poverty at the same time? Who's filling up the prisons? Who getting killed on the streets young? Right? Who working for another nation of people and making their children rich? And we don't have none of that. Right? We don't have a business to call our own and to pass it down as an inheritance. We don't have any type of generational wealth. Right? What's up, King? You know you the real Jew?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, how you doing today?
I'm good, man. We out here teaching the truth about the Bible and lining up biblical prophecy with history and archaeology to show the reason that everything is happening in Palestine and in Israel is because the real Israelites are about to return back. We out here on Sundays at 2 o'clock to about 5, and on Tuesdays we'll be on 9th and Market at about 5 o'clock to about 8.
Okay, so if I'm over that way, I'll stop past.
All right, King, you be safe.
Do y'all go preach at the churches too?
We're willing. We would love to speak to anybody that want to speak to us. We come out here to speak to whoever want to talk.
Yeah, what church are you a Are you a minister, right?
Yes, we are the saints.
What church?
The saints. So our church will be here and on 9th Street because God said that wisdom crieth out in the streets. He don't dwell in temples made by hands.
If you want to preach at provision, I can ask Pastor Tom. I can ask the pastor.
I would like to have a conversation with him. What's his? Is he a so-called Negro as well?
churches at 1950 Rockland.
Okay, that's 19 from Rockland. Actually, we're not far from. We're not far from there. So it'll be a good.
Yes, I've
It'll be
been there
good.
one Sunday.
Okay,
The
19,
doors are open.
1900 Rockland.
1950 Rockland.
1950 Rockland. I love you, King. Keep the commandments of the Most High, man. We almost out of here, man.
Right.
Right? He said, "I know thy tribulation and poverty." Right? The real Jews will be going through tribulation and poverty. Right? Keep going.
But thou art rich.
So how can you be in poverty and rich at the same time? Right? Because we rich in spirit. Matter of fact, let me get this precept. Let me get this joint. Because we out here to prove all things. Let me get James 2 and 5. Hold that and get James 2 and 5. Right? He say, "I know thy tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich." There ain't no real poverty going on in the Jewish community, right? They're the richest and wealthiest people on this earth, and they make up the smallest population of all people on this earth. So what do they mean by you are rich? You're in poverty, but thou art rich. And I'll be going through it too. It's a brand new joint. You need to dip some water on your fingers. You know what he's doing?
I like that Jordan. That's these fingers, all right. One thing.
Man.
3, 2, and 5.
Yeah, James 2 and 5. So it said, so Revelation 2 and what's that? 2 and 9? 2 and 3?
Yeah, that was 2 and 9.
2 and 9, it said, "I know thy tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich." So how can you be in poverty and rich at the same time? Read that.
James 2 and 5. Hearken, my beloved brethren. Hath not God chosen the poor of this world rich in faith?
Right? God chose the poor in this world to be rich in faith. Right? So he said, "I know thy tribulation." Go back to Revelation 2. Read that over again.
Revelation 2 and 9. I know thy works and tribulation and poverty.
Right? So the Most High said, "I know the works of the real Jews, the tribulation and poverty," right?
But thou art rich.
But they're rich in what? How can you be in poverty and rich? Because God chose the poor of this world to be rich in spirit. And the Jewish man isn't poor in this world. He's the richest man in this world, so he has no spirit. Right? Keep going.
And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews.
Right? There's a big lie of a people that's saying they are Jews. Right? That would be the Jewish people. That's why they're getting bombed, man. That's why God is not protecting these people. Right? He said, "I know the poverty and tribulation of the real Jews." Right? And there's another people that saying they are Jews and are not, but are what?
But are the synagogue of Satan.
So there's a people on this earth saying that they are Jews, and Christ, red letter, right?
Yes, kind.
Christ's red letter is saying that these people are the synagogue of Satan. They are the church of Satan. They are the chief house of Satan. What did the Jewish people do to be the chief house of Satan? The Jewish people funded the slave ships for you Negroes and Latinos to go on. The Jewish people run the motion pictures that's hiring you Negroes to wear a dress. Right?
Right.
The Jewish people was publishing music in the black and brown community that's talking about killing each other, talking about having sex with another man's wife, spinning a block on your own people. The Jewish man runs this label. And Meek Mill said himself, "I can't rap about nothing else because they're not going to pay me if I'm rapping about something else. I can't rap about the prosperity of the black and brown community." Right? He said that these people that are saying they are Jews and are not are the synagogue of Satan, the chief house of Satan. And we see that this Jewish man, right, is evidently the chief house of Satan. He's not the real Jew. He stole another man's identity. The Jewish man stole a whole nation of people's identity. And
Right.
God is punishing them, man. God is dropping bombs. He's making the Muslims and the Jewish fight each other. And they're supposed to serve the same God. They're supposed to be serving the same exact God. And it don't look like he protected any of them.
Right.
You know what I mean? Obviously, they doing something wrong. Keep going. How y'all doing?
Fear none of those things which thou shalt suffer.
Right? The real Jews going to be suffering things, right? They're going to suffer things like Kanye West is suffering things, like how Kyrie Irving was suffering things to say, go watch Negroes, from Hebrews to Negroes. That's all he said was to go watch a documentary that was on Amazon. All he did was say, watch it. Right? And now he's not even a part of the Brooklyn Nets no more, right? Keep going.
Behold, the devil shall cast some of you into prison.
So the fake Jews, the people that saying they are Jews and are not, are the synagogue of Satan. They are the devils that is going to be casting the real Jews into prison. You know the Jewish man owns most of the prisons here in the United States? The Jewish man owns most of the prisons that's filled up by you Negroes and Latinos. Right? Keep going. You know why there ain't no peace? What you preaching?
Oh, we're the new.
No, you can stand right here. What's that? What is that?
So, why do we save our sentient beings who disturbs us from dying? Why do we sleep?
How are you able to be on this land of America?
By existing.
By what?
Existing.
By existing? Did you exist here in the land of America 500 years ago?
In some way or fashion, yes.
Yeah, you did. No, you didn't. You didn't exist here in the land of America. So what gave you the privilege? What gives you the privilege to be able to walk on this land?
Life.
Huh?
Life.
Your ancestors, they stole the land, just like how they stole the land of Israel.
Yeah.
Right? Your ancestors stole the land of Israel and they stole the land of America.
Yeah.
Right? They stole the resources, they stole the people.
Yeah.
And they put all these people into one place.
Yeah.
Where y'all had the Jewish and the white man had school control, because y'all the same people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Alexander the Great allowed y'all to have Russia, have Europe,
Yeah.
have Spain, to have France,
Yeah.
to have Greece, to have Rome,
Yeah.
right? Alexander the Great, the Greeks and the Romans gave y'all power over this known world, right? Which allowed y'all to come to America and be the superpower of the earth.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the Most High God is tearing that down, man. How you feel about that? How you feel about America falling, Israel falling,
I'm not defined
Europe,
by
the
my
UK,
God.
NATO, all that, Russia, Ukraine? Look how the Most High is now judging your entire race.
Right.
The thing is, his ancestors never got paid for what they did. There was never a judgment for what happened, but God said that there will be a judgment. There's going to be a judgment day, right? And there's going to be a time when the scattered Israelites are going to be gathered together and brought back into their land, right? It said that your people sold us.
But I'm not defined by my ancestors.
You are. We are. Oh, we
Like-
defined by our ancestors.
Like,
Oh,
okay.
we redlined and they put guns and drugs in our community and treat and
Okay,
show our
so-
women and propagate this music
So-
to be a real niggas, a killer, a drug dealer, and a
So-
Mississippi girl.
What I'm saying, like how we interact with people, as a white person, I realize how privileged I am.
You realize how privileged you are?
Yes, I realize how privileged. But I'm still not defined by what other people tell me to be defined.
So black and brown people have built this land of America. Do they have any privilege on this land?
That it's different.
It's not different, because what you're saying is you're saying that you're not defined by what your ancestors did,
Yeah.
right? But our ancestors built America, and
Yeah.
we still are not privileged for what our ancestors built. So we are defined by our ancestors. We're still called 3/5 of the human on the Constitution,
So
right? They said that slavery is abolished except for the 13th Amendment, which if a person is in prison, then they are considered a slave, and the prisons are built for black and brown.
Okay, I'm saying because you say you were defined by your ancestors, it make you defined by your ancestors.
So what should happen? Let me get Revelation 13 and 10.
So in reality, we can do whatever we want despite our adversity.
Right. So are you sorry for what your ancestors did?
Yeah,
Yeah. So bow down while we have this conversation. Get on one knee for what your ancestors did.
I'm not.
I know you're not.
You're not trying to control me.
You are going to control
You're
you.
trying to control me.
There's going to be a
That's
time
no
when we do.
difference. No difference.
I'm gonna
from
show you.
what
Let me
we
show you.
do
All right, let me
that
show you.
try
Do you
to
believe in the
do to
Bible?
me.
Do you believe in the Bible? No. That's all praises, right? Now read that. All right, we do believe in the Bible, and this is why we believe it. Go ahead, bring it out.
Revelation 13 and verse 10. He that leadeth into captivity,
Right? Your ancestors led a group of people into captivity, right? So the person that leads into captivity, what?
shall go into captivity.
Right, but your people never went in captivity for putting us in captivity. So you're saying that we're not going to tell you what to do, but it's going to be a whole lot of telling you what to do.
I'm saying that simply we're not defined by what
There ain't going to be no lip back at that day, right? Ain't going to be no lip back, right? Keep going. Keep going.
He that killeth with the sword,
Right, the children, right? All the children of their ancestors, man. All y'all killed with the sword, right?
must be killed with the sword.
Right? How do we kill the people that killed us with the sword? Right, so go to Isaiah 14 and 21. Let me show you, because the Bible's going to tell us. I know you don't believe in the Bible, but we believe in it. Everything we say is going to come out of the Bible. So Isaiah 14 and
So
21.
basically, you're talking to other people's words.
No, I'm speaking the words of God. This is not other people's words. This is the words of God, right? Bring that out.
Yeah, God.
Isaiah 14 and 21. Prepare slaughter
The Bible tells us to prepare slaughter for who?
for his children,
For the children. For what?
for the iniquity of their fathers.
So the God, right? The words of God is telling the Israelites to prepare slaughter for the children because of the iniquity of your fathers. So your forefathers left you with tab that you don't want to pay. I mean, but you got to pay it though.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, I know. It's good that you know. Keep going.
I'm agreeing like there's a lot of issues and problems, but
They do not rise,
Uh-huh.
nor possess the land,
Right?
nor fill the face of the world with cities.
Right? And you're in the European Caucasian white race, they're in South Africa, they're in Europe, they're in America, they're filling cities all over this earth. But your cities are about to get thrown down through these missile attacks that's happening and these thermonuclear destruction that's coming all around this earth. All these cities that your people built off the rape, rob, murder, and enslavement of the indigenous people of those lands is coming back on your own head. And then you have to go and you have to be a slave. You want to be a slave, so just bow now. Maybe you get a less of a whipping. What's up, King?
we're always slaves in just different ways.
There's a difference between indentured servitude and slavery.
We make our own slaves inside ourselves.
You made a slave inside yourself. You made yourself a slave. I wish that we could have said that, right? We just made ourselves a slave, but what really happened is your people made us slaves, and we're still mental slaves here in America to your people today.
I'm simply talking about mental slaves in general, okay?
Let me get Zechariah 11:5.
Like, I have, like, you know, white people are the most suicidal person in the country.
All praises,
That's because we
because you're weak.
because we
You're
post,
weak.
because
You're weak.
we
You're
post
the most
ourselves.
suicidal people on this earth because you're emotionally weak. You're physically, emotionally, and mentally weak. You're the most base people on this earth. That's how we know that God allowed y'all to conquer it. It was only the will of God. Like, imagine your people trying to force our people to do anything today.
Okay, so why do you think we're weak?
Zechariah 11:5.
Why do you think we're weak?
Huh?
Why do you think white people are weak?
Why white people what?
Are weak?
Are weak? Because God made you that way. You can't even
So
stand in the sun.
you're not explaining
Yeah.
yourself. You're not using God. You
All
don't
right, man.
explain why
Let
white
me
people.
get Hebrews 12 and 14. Hebrews 12 and 14. Watch this.
And like white people, whole focus is the Bible. So there's some kind of relationship.
What you mean?
So white people, right? The whole culture is based on the Bible.
The white, because what did the white man do? He came over here and used the Bible to enslave. They used the Bible to colonize and exploit blacks and Native
I'm
Indians.
saying
The
like the
white
Bible
guys that
don't always deal with all the problems in life.
It does deal. It deals with every problem in life. The Bible, the entirety of the Bible.
Why are there problems in life if the Bible fixes it?
The problems is that blacks, the real Israelites, disobeyed God. That was the problem. So it put us in a position where we're not rulers in this earth no more. We was rulers in this earth again, which is coming. That's why them Israelis is about to get bombed out of the land. And it's coming that we're going to be in the land again. We're going to be in rulership again. And then there ain't going to be no more none of it. Right? Every nation going to be in peace when we get back.
Well, I could say like every race does the same thing in position of power. Doesn't matter what race you are.
Yeah, but the white man got in a position of power. We see the animals going extinct. We see the trees getting knocked down. We got less and less of the forest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see what y'all doing in this land. It's
Also
look at the waters.
Asian people destroyed the whole China's country.
Yeah,
So,
that's why all of y'all got to get.
so it's human nature. It's not just one race.
It's not human nature, right? The Most High ordained it to be this way, right? When the wicked are in rule, the people mourn. I'm gonna show you. Right, I'm gonna show you. Let me get Proverbs 29:2.
Maybe you should ask more questions than just reading something.
I don't ask questions, man. I read the Bible. The Bible answers my questions. The Bible answers all the questions that I had. What kind of questions? I'm an Israelite. Life is keeping the commandments. Death is not keeping the commandments.
Life, metaphor life, deeper understanding what is true life.
Wisdom and understanding comes from keeping the commandments.
Let me show you.
Hold on, bring it up.
Proverbs 29:2. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice.
Right, when the righteous are in authority, everybody's happy, right? Keep going.
So,
But when the wicked beareth rule, the people mourn.
Right, when the wicked bears rule, the people mourn. The forests are mourning. The waters are mourning, man.
so you're reading me a book. Can you read my stuff?
I don't care to read it. It means nothing to me, man. It's nothing. It is nothing to me.
So then you only live in yourself.
I live the Bible, man. I live the Most High God. That's how Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians need to live. This is what we come out here telling our people. This is how we need to live, man. Because the most base and profane people on this earth are the people that's ruling over us, right? And that has to change. And the only way that can change is by us keeping the commandments.
There's other ways.
What?
Like,
give me an example.
So, like living life, commandments. There's different forms of commandments.
Like what? Like telling us to shut up and dribble?
No. Like, here's one. Save old beings.
Save old beings?
Save old beings.
What does that mean?
Save everybody you can do in each moment of day.
How can you save everybody?
You can't completely save
Let me get Deuteronomy 32 and 39.
You can't completely save everybody, but you can do as much as you can.
What have you done as much as you can to save Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians? So give me one thing that you've done.
Give money, I talk to people.
You give money? You give money to Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians? Yeah. Give us some money.
I don't have money on it.
You don't have money. How are you giving anybody? When the last time you gave money? What else you done? Besides gave them $1? 32
I work with Hispanics. I work with Black people.
Okay, that doesn't change. How does that justify what you've done for Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans? You're working for them. You get hired before them, and you'll get fired after them. Right? Yeah. See that?
I'm just saying, I do everything I can each moment of the day to help anybody who needs it.
So I'm saying, so what are you willing to do to help us?
What do you want?
Get on your knees, man.
Okay.
Let the world see, man. Let the world see what's happening and stay there as we bring this out. Deuteronomy 32 and 39. Bring it out.
Deuteronomy 32 and 39.
Right?
See now that I, even I, am He,
Let's talk about God. Keep going.
and there is no God with me.
There's no devil with him. There's nobody else with him. Keep going.
I kill and I make alive.
God said he's the one that kills and he's the one that makes alive. Keep going.
I wound and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand.
Right, so we can try to save everybody or anybody if we want to. We can try to save them, but the Most High God is the one that's killing and making alive, wounding and healing. And there is nothing we can do to save these people out of the hands of the Lord. So we can try to do these things, right? Right, but what the Bible says that we need to do is what we need to be doing. And that's Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians coming back to the Most High. Well, this is how we save our people. Right. Our people need to be saved. Do you need to be saved?
You all need to be saved.
What do you need to be saved from? You ever been in prison? You ever been in prison?
No,
Any of your children in prison? Have any of your children ever gotten shot by a stray
I
bullet?
don't have a choice.
You don't have no children. See that?
Isn't that
So
isn't
so what do you need to be saved from?
safe from my own problems, my own issues?
So what's that? Because everybody has problems and issues, but we're talking about being saved from the hand of their enemies. Right? Our kids are getting shot with stray bullets.
Yeah,
Our people are filling up the prison houses. We're getting redlined. They're putting guns and drugs in our communities and building prisons and this systematic oppression.
I'm saying like there's tons of problems. I do what I can to help. I'm not disagreeing with.
I know, but
I'm
it's,
saying where are you getting from? I already agree. We have problems, racial issues,
what kind of problems do you have?
immigration, feminism.
What kind of problems do you have?
Like I've never been loved by it.
You never been loved by anybody? Let
Nobody.
me give Romans 9:11. You never. What else kind of problem you have had? What kind of problems are you going through? You never been loved by anyone? You're poor? You're homeless? You're almost
I
homeless?
have a job. I'm not homeless.
Okay. You got your mother and father still alive?
I don't like my mother.
You don't like your mother, your parents?
No.
See, that's why the Bible commands the children of Israel to honor their mother and their father. Was you being touched by your parents?
I'm not going to go into it.
I understand why you don't love your parents, because they was touching on you and things like that.
I'm not
It's-
going,
I understand.
going into a wrong direction.
So okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me show you something. Romans 9:11.
Romans 9:11. For the children being not yet born, neither having done any good or evil,
Right? The children weren't born yet. They didn't do no good or evil. Keep going.
that the purpose of God according to election might stand,
Right?
not of works, but of him that calleth.
Keep going.
It was said unto her, the elder shall serve the younger,
The elder being Esau was going to serve the younger being Jacob. Keep going.
as it is written, Jacob have I loved,
So God emphasizes the love that He has for Jacob and the Israelites. Keep going.
but Esau have I hated.
Right? So you don't have any. You never had any love because even God doesn't love you. Now go to Malachi 1. Malachi is the last book in the
I
New
think you're
Testament. Old
just
Testament.
reading words and book just to justify
It
yourself.
said before the children were not yet born, before they did any good or evil, right? According to the election might stand, because the electors are the Israelites. He said, as it is written, Jacob have I loved. He emphasized the love that he had for Jacob, but Esau have I hated. Right? So God just emphasizes the hate that he has for your people, and that's why you never received any love.
Using words in the Bible just to justify
Justify what?
your own personal intention.
My own personal agenda.
Yeah.
So what type of agenda do I have? Oh, you said you was never loved, and I just showed you that God doesn't even love. So
Like
what kind of agenda was that?
There's different forms of love, so don't apply me to.
But what I'm telling you is how God emphasizes his hate for this group of people called Edom. Right. 1 and 3. Start here.
Malachi 1, verse 3.
Matter of fact, start from the top.
Malachi 1 from the top. The burden of the word of the Lord to Israel by Malachi.
Right, it's the word to Israel. Keep going.
I have loved you, saith the Lord.
Right, to Israel. He loves Israel. The Most High throughout the entirety of the Bible is emphasizing the love that he has for the children of Israel. But you see them Israelis over there getting bombed. They obviously don't love them. Keep going.
Like you did.
Yet say, wherein hast thou loved us?
Blacks and Hispanics are the Israelites. They say, where has God loved us? We're getting our kids shot and things like that. How does God love us? Right, keep going.
Was not Esau Jacob's brother?
Right, Esau was the brother of Jacob. Keep going.
Saith the Lord, yet I love Jacob.
Right, even though that Esau was Jacob's brother, God loves only Jacob. Keep going.
And I hated Esau.
He emphasizes the hate that he has for this people group that are the descendants of Esau, right? The Edomites. Keep going.
And laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness. Whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places.
Because the Romans fell. And then they came, the rise of Rome came, the Renaissance, and then they said we was going to come back and we're going to build, right? That's the white race. Keep going.
Thus saith the Lord of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down.
So we see America getting built, but America's about to get destroyed. I mean, we see Palestine getting built, we see the Levant getting built, and it's about to get thrown down. The Most High promising this is going to happen.
Everything dies on the list.
Right? Keep going.
And they shall call them the border of wickedness.
Right? The Most High said that the Edomites are the border of wickedness. And we see, like, even your parents were touching on you. Like, this is the things that the white race does. They touch on their children. I mean, your mother and father are probably brother and sister, right?
I'm not going into it.
They're brother and sister,
I'm not going into it.
right? That's what your people doing. What did it say they were?
The border of wickedness.
Right. The Edomites are the border of wickedness. Not only are they sexually immoral, right, but they also go to every place and they bomb everywhere they go. They steal the indigenous people of those lands, take them out, put them somewhere else, and replace them with another group of people. They're the border. Your people are the border of wickedness. Keep going.
And the people against whom the Lord hath indignation forever.
Right. God said He got hate for you forever. Man.
God also said he loves everybody.
He doesn't say He loves everybody. Where does He say that?
Jesus.
Where does He say that? Go
I
to
don't know the
Matthew
Bible.
15
I
and
don't
24.
remember the whole Bible.
Yeah, we read it though, and I'm gonna tell you. Look, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you right
I'm
here.
just saying you're choosing what you wish to see.
I'm gonna show you that you're choosing. Let me just show you. Right. It says, hold on. God loves
Not exactly.
everybody. Well, if God loved everybody, then we should see that verbatim. It says, no results found. God loves everybody does not occur in the whole Bible.
Not exactly in the Lord. Even the whole Bible's really Latin, and we just choose to see it, I think.
Well, the whole Bible is a record of the Israelites. That's what this whole Bible is. It's a letter written to the children of Israel. And it's about the records and the history and the prophecies of their future and their past.
I'm just saying, like, even the Bible should be written in Latin, okay?
The Bible should what?
Be written in Latin.
It should be written in Latin. Why? Where does Latin come from?
It's the most original language.
So where does Latin come from?
Like normal people.
Normal people?
Grow up and
Latin derived out of Rome.
Yeah.
The Romans hung Christ. Why would the Bible be written in Latin?
Because it is.
The Bible was written. It was translated in Latin. It was translated in French. It was translated into English as well. But what I'm saying is, how is Latin the language of everyone when there were languages that predated Latin?
So Latin is the most easiest language that's spread in all of Europe.
That's an opinion.
It's the fact in all of Europe, it's the main language.
In all of Europe.
All languages in Europe evolved from that.
So how did the language of Europe end up making Native Indians Latinos?
The language and reality is different.
How did Native Indians become Latinos if Latin derived out of Europe?
Native Americans.
They call me a Latino. I'm a so-called Puerto Rican. They call me a Latino.
Yeah,
So if Latin derived out of Europe, how did I become Latin being indigenous to America?
Europe spread, colonized into America.
Through colonization,
Yeah.
right? Through colonization, I became a Latino, right?
Yeah.
But I was something before that. Before being Latino, I was something else. So this shouldn't be written in Latin if the Israelites were colonized by the people who created the Latin language. So why would this be written in Latin if the colonizers colonized us with this Latin language?
It's just how things are. You can't
It's just I said so. The white man said that it should be written in that. That's just how things are.
I think, like Jesus was a little bit later, and all the written language is always been in Latin.
It's always been in Latin.
Yeah, the original language that is written down is Latin.
All right, so the furthest language that we can see written back was Sumerian text.
Yeah.
And then before that was like pictographs that was drawing like pictures. And then you got the Samaritan text.
Yeah,
You went into Hebrew, Aramaic, Latin didn't come to way after that.
But Sumerians was before the Bible.
Yeah, but the chosen people was still the Hebrews. God chose the Israelites don't matter how far back we can find a civilization. What matters is who we are, right? And we're the chosen people of God. It don't matter how far back you go.
It doesn't matter what Latin is. nothing to do with you anymore.
Well, the thing is, it does have something to do with me because you
You
would
don't
call
know
me
Latin.
Latin.
You
You
don't
would
know
call me a
Latin.
Latino.
You
I
don't know
don't.
Latin.
Spanish would be a form of Latin,
Yeah, but
right? And what do Puerto Ricans speak?
the whole concept of it doesn't matter anymore.
How does the whole concept of being Spanish just get over it? That's what you're saying?
No, I'm saying the whole concept of Latin,
Uh-huh.
you don't understand. You don't. This might.
So slavery doesn't matter.
No, I'm not saying that.
Well, that's what you're saying
I'm
because
saying like discrimination.
Yeah.
That matters. It still influences our lives. Okay, but language isn't as a big of a deal.
all right. So, you want to take another bow before you leave? Take another bow before you leave. Okay. All praise to the Most High. All praise to the Most High, man. Let me get Isaiah 60 and 14. Let me bring out this scripture. I'm going to show you that this is biblical prophecy. This is prophecy coming to pass. I'm going to show you.
Isaiah 60 and 14. The sons also of them that afflicted thee shall.
Do you agree that you're a son of those who afflicted our people?
Yeah.
Yes, keep going.
That afflicted thee shall come bending unto thee.
So the sons of them that afflicted us shall come bending unto this. So this, you doing this is a fulfillment of prophecy. Keep going.
And all they that despise thee shall bow themselves down at the soles of thy feet.
So this is small compared to the grand scheme of things of what's going to happen.
Yeah.
You're bowing. I mean, this is just the catalyst of your whole nation that's going to be bound to the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. Right, go to Isaiah 14 and 1. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, man, y'all the Israelites, man. This is what's coming. This is what's coming, man.
Isaiah 14 and 1. For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob and will yet choose Israel.
It doesn't say everybody. He's speaking to a particular group of people that he's going to have mercy for, right? Keep going.
And set them in their own land.
Right. We're going to get set back in our own land. That's why the fake Jews are getting bombed out of the land. Keep going.
And the strangers shall be joined with them.
Right. All nations are going to be with us in this land. Right. Keep going.
And they shall cleave to the house of Jacob.
They're going to cleave unto us like how your woman cleave to us now, but your whole nation are going to cleave to us. Keep going.
And the people shall take them and bring them to their place. And the house of Israel shall possess them.
Right. The Israelites are going to possess these strangers. They're going to possess these other nations. Like how you possess that bag on your shoulder, like how you possess that hoodie. The Israelites are going to possess the nations. Keep going.
Possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids.
For slave men and for slave women. Keep going.
And they shall take them captives.
Right. The Israelites are going to take these strangers captives, right? Keep going.
Whose captives they were.
Right. We were the captives of America, right? And America is ran by the white European race. So we're going to take them captives whose captives we were, right? Keep going.
And they shall rule over their oppressors.
And our oppressors will be your race, right? The European Caucasians oppress black and brown people on a daily for years. They've been doing for hundreds of years. So we see the Bible prophesying that the real Israelites are going to get brought back into the land. And when we get brought back into the land, we're going to possess these nations for slave men and slave women. So it's impossible that those Jewish people in the land are the biblical Jews because they're in the land. And if they were in the land, then there will be no war. Everybody will be a slave. You know what I mean? Where are you from? Where's your father from? Arlington, but where from? Like Germany, Ireland?
Like his ancestors, just somewhere in Europe.
Somewhere in Europe. Yeah, man. So it's a good thing to see these people. I mean, it's a good thing to see these other nations knowing who we are, and our people reject who they are. Right? Our people don't want to know who they are, man. You an Israelite, man. These nations gonna bow to us, man. This is just a prelude to what's happening. What his sign saying has nothing to do with us. You know, you're the real Jew, man. You know that the reason why them Jews getting bombed right now is because we about to come back. gonna be a black man cracking them clouds to the world called Jesus, huh? I didn't read it. I just was reading the Bible. Yeah. So he was in the way. All praises, man. That was enough of conversating with Esau. Right? What's up? How you feel about what's happening in Palestine? It's sad. Where you from? You Palestinian? You're Moroccan. Iraqi. So you're Muslim. So why is it that the Jewish people and the Muslim people, they serve the same God, right? The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So why are they fighting each other? It's complicated.
I know some of the history. I don't know all of it, but I think this is not a question of religion. I think it's a question of humanity. That people shouldn't be slaughtered. Children shouldn't be slaughtered on either side.
Do you believe that the true worshipers of God will protect these people?
Yes.
So why are these children not being protected?
It's a test for mankind to see how we are going to behave in the face of this oppression.
Do you know the Quran?
Yeah.
You know about the prophecy of Gog and Magog in the Quran?
Yes.
So what can you enlighten me a little bit of your understanding of that prophecy?
So,
Let me get Ezekiel 38.
I know the fact that there's going to be, this is like one of the signs of the Day of Judgment.
Yeah.
One of the 10 major signs, and there's going to be a giant mass of people. They're going to come and basically pillage, basically infest the earth, from my understanding. They're going Gog and Magog, they're so numerous in population, they're going to populate the earth.
So where is the land, the geographical location of Magog today? Where would that geographical location be? So when you look at the biblical map and then you look at a modern map today, the geographical location of Magog.
We can do this right here. Turn over right there.
Uh-huh.
That's what it is.
See,
I'm gonna just kill all that.
what I'm saying is, oh, I love you, bro. All praise. So the geographical location of Magog today would be Russia. Yeah, I know, man. So the geographical location of Magog, so the geographical location of Magog would be Russia. So Russia would be the one to actually cause this destruction that we see talked about in the Quran. So where did the Quran get that from? Quran means what? It means, the Quran means to recite, right? Quran. That's what the etymology of Quran means, to recite. What is it reciting? The Tab is book in Arabic. You're Arabic? You know Arabic? So what is the Quran reciting? Where is the word of God? Where is the word of God? The Quran is reciting the word of God, but where is the word of God? Shalom. It's in the book. What book? The Quran. But Muhammad spoke to an angel. He spoke to angel Jibril. Right, so that's not the word of God. That was the word of an angel. Where do we see the word of God? We see God, thus saith the Lord, speaking to Moses, speaking. Thus saith the Lord comes out of the Bible, because according to your 6 articles of faith, you have to believe in the Torah, you have to believe in the prophets, you have to believe in the Psalms, and you have to believe in the Injil. Right? 100%. So where we see this prophecy of Gog and Magog, we find that in the Bible. This is biblical prophecy that was written, that was given to the Israelites before the Quran was created. Right? It's in the Bible, and it's in depth. It goes very in depth of what's going to happen in these last days. It's in Ezekiel 38. So Ezekiel 38, what the prophecy shows us, which he has, we can read it. Right? Ezekiel 38 is going to show that that the Most High, the God of Israel, he made a covenant with the Israelites. Right? So all right, what is your ethnicity? According to the Bible, you will be Ishmael.
Yes.
You know that you're Ishmael. Is everybody Ishmael? No, not everybody is not Ishmael. The Arabs will be Ishmael. Who is him? Who is he? You don't know, like, does he deserve to know who he is? Right? But he doesn't. All he knows is he's black. Right? Well, we're the only people that lost our identity. Right? Every other people on this earth still know where they come from, knows their ancestry. Right? Our ancestry goes back to slavery. That's all we know. We go back to Christopher Columbus coming in and them going to the western shores of Africa, stealing them, bringing them over here, and they beat their identities out of them. All right, so the real Jews, these are real Jews. Let me show you. Revelation. Let me go to Revelation 2:9. Go to Revelation 2:9. The Jewish people are not the real Jews.
Revelation 2:9.
This John. The Bible says that there will be Gentiles. There'll be another nation occupying the land of Israel. You know what I mean? The Israelites, when they don't keep the commandments, they go into curses. Right? They have fatherless households. They fill up the prison houses. They serve another nation of people as their enemies. But we see they have the biggest gay parade in Israel. Right? That's against God. But they're not going through the curses. Right? They still own the music industry. They still own the media. They own the prisons. They own the police. Right? They are the richest people on this earth, even though they make up only 1% of the world's population. Right? So they descend from Edom, right? They are Edomites, right? They're Ashkenazi Jews, but Ashkenazi comes from Japheth. That doesn't even make sense how Japheth and Shem could have a child coming from each other. It doesn't make sense. Because Shemitic is, you would be Shemitic. The Israelites would be Shemitic, right? So watch this. Bring this up.
Revelation 2:9. I know thy works and tribulation.
Right? He knows the works of the Israelites, the real Jews, and the tribulation. Keep going.
And poverty.
So they're going to be going through hardship. Tribulation means hardship. Poverty means not having any money, right? Keep going.
But thou art rich.
Right, so when we read James 2:5, James 2:5, James is Christ's brother. He's telling us that God chose the poor in this world to be rich in faith. So with Revelation 2:9 saying, I know that tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich. You're poor, but you're rich in faith. Keep going. Because blacks and Native Indians were singing praises to God in the sugarcane fields and the cotton fields, right? Keep going.
And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews.
So blasphemy is a big lie, right? It is a big lie of a people that are calling themselves Jews, right? Keep going.
And are not.
But they're not the Jews, right?
But are the synagogue of Satan.
And right now they're beheading children from Hamas right now, right? The Israelis are beheading these people. Not that them Jewish people not only are beheading the Palestinians, but they also funded the slave ships that was a cargo slave ships that put Negroes and Latinos into slavery during the transatlantic slave trade. They also fund the prison systems that fill up black and brown people, right? Keep going.
Fear none of those things which thou shalt suffer.
Do you know about Kanye West? Yeah, so Kanye West, he said that he was a real Jew and they took billions of dollars from him. They took the Adidas contract, they took Yeezys. They kind of hurt his financial gain. And he was suffering things. Don't be afraid of these things that thou shalt suffer. And Kanye West is a big name, so I asked you that. But there's other people, our people, that are suffering things because we're saying that we're the real Jews. It says, fear none of these things that thou shalt suffer. Keep going.
Behold, the devil shall cast some of you into prison.
Who fills up the prisons? Right? And who's owning these prisons? Right? So he said that these Jew people, these people that say they are Jews and are not, they're the synagogue of Satan. Those devils will cast the real Jews into prison. Right? Keep going.
That ye may be tried, and ye shall have tribulation 10 days.
Right? 10 days being a complete number. Right? So we see that they're not the people of the land. Right? What's about to happen is the real Jews are about to come back to the Holy Land. And Ezekiel 38 prophesies that your people is going to help us with it. Your people is going to understand. The Arabs is going to understand. Right? Russia is going to try to, Gog and Magog, they're going to come against Russia, against Israel. They think that that's happening now. But when that happens, matter of fact, go to Ezekiel 38. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah, go to Ezekiel 38.
Ezekiel 38 from the top.
Right.
And the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, set thy face against Gog, the land of Magog.
Right. So the land of Magog, he's not talking about the people, he's talking about the land of Magog, right? So this is Ezekiel prophesying in these times. This was a long time ago, right? Keep going.
The chief prince of Meshech.
The chief prince of Meshech. Meshech would be Moscow. When you look at Meshech, you can see the geographical location of Meshech being the geographical location of Moscow. And who's ruling in Moscow is Vladimir Putin. Right? Keep going.
And Tubal.
Tubal is right under Meshech. Keep going.
And prophesy against him.
Right. So God is commanding Ezekiel to prophesy against these people. Keep going.
And say, Thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I am against thee, O God.
Right. God is against these people. Keep going.
The chief prince of Meshech and Tubal.
Right.
And I will turn thee back and put hooks into thy jaws.
So what does that mean? Turn thee back. Right? Because Russia used to be a Soviet Union. Right? That's the whole reason why Ukraine is having a battle with Ukraine, because Ukraine used to belong to Russia. So he's trying to get back into that Soviet Union with this Cold War mind state. And who is Russia backing up? He's backing up Iran. He's backing up Gaza. He's backing up Palestine. They're all being protected by these people. Not only are they backed up by Russia, but China's backing Russia. Right? It's about to be a bad world war out here. Right? Keep going. America's going to be getting destroyed. Right? Keep going.
And I will bring thee forth.
God said he's going to put hooks in his mouth and bring him forth. So like you said, you don't really understand why things are happening. Like we serve the same God, supposedly. We're supposed to be serving the same God, and God should be protecting those who serving him. But we see that babies' body parts are getting blown everywhere. So it's all because God has said that this is going to happen. You don't understand why you're going through this? Because Russia wants this war. America wants this war. Right? And guess what? America's now sent all their troops to the Middle East, surrounded by Iran, Turkey, by Palestine. Right? America is closed in right now. They are not in a good position. Keep going.
And all thine army, horses and horsemen, all of them clothed with all sorts of armor, even a great company with bucklers and
Right?
shields,
That's his own army. Keep going.
all of them handling swords.
Right?
Persia,
Persia is the real name for the land of Iran. Right? So Iran,
Ethiopia,
Ethiopia, which would be Sudan. Keep going.
and Libya,
Libya will be Egypt. So guess what? We see all these nations putting up, I'm standing for Palestine. Egypt standing for Palestine. Iran is standing for Palestine. Sudan is standing for Palestine. Right? But only the United States is the only ones that's putting up lights around the city talking about they standing for Israel. Right? Keep going.
Persia, Ethiopia, and Libya with them, all of them with shield and helmet.
Right?
Gomer and all his bands.
Right?
The house of Tagarma
Tagarma will be the land of Turkey. Keep going.
of the north quarters,
And Turkey just said that if the U.S. backs Israel and they go in, that Turkey's going to back Hamas. Right? Keep going. And we see this all happening right now. Right? Keep going.
and all his bands, and many people with thee.
Right?
Be thou prepared, and prepare for thyself, thou and all thy company that are assembled unto thee.
So we got to get prepared for war. And this we see the nations of the earth today are preparing for war. Keep going.
And be thou a guard unto them.
And Russia's going to be a guard unto these nations. Right? Keep going.
After many days thou shalt be visited. In the latter years thou shalt.
Latter years. So he's saying prophesy against Gog and Magog, but he's saying in the latter years, later on in the future,
Thou shalt come into the land that is brought back from the sword.
right? It's going to come back into the land that's brought back from the sword. And this is talking about the land of Israel. Keep going.
And is gathered out of many people against the mountains of Israel.
Right? Russia's going to come against the mountains of Israel. But we don't see Russia and Israel right now. But there's going to be a time when Russia is going to be the ones to invade the land of Israel. But let's see when it happens. Keep going.
which have been always waste.
Right.
But it is brought forth out of the nations, and they shall dwell safely, all of them.
So the real Israelites is going to get brought forth out of the nations that they were scattered, and they're going to dwell safely back into the land of Israel. All of those who's brought back into the land. Keep going.
Thou shalt ascend and come like a storm.
Right. The Russians going to come like a storm with their army.
Thou shalt be like a cloud to cover the land.
Right.
Thou and all thy bands and many people with thee.
Right.
Thus saith the Lord God, it shall come to pass that at the same time shall things come into thy mind, and thou shalt think an evil thought.
So the Russians are going to see the real Israelites back into the land, and the Russians going to have this evil thought. Like, America enslaved these people. I'm going to enslave them, and I'm going to be great, just like how America was great by enslaving these true biblical Israelites who are so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. There's 12 tribes of Israel, just like there were 12 sons of Ishmael. Right? He's a Jew. Jew is just one tribe. But Judah was the southern kingdom. That was Benjamin, Judah, and Levi. Then you had the 10 tribes that went out of the land during the Assyrian captivity that came here to the Americas. And the Bible calls it the land of Arshareth. Right? But when Christopher Columbus came to the Americas, he brought a Hebrew interpreter called Louis Torres. He was a Hebrew interpreter, so he can talk to the Native Indians. I don't know so much Arabic, but because he was a former Muslim, and so he found out that Islam was really for Ishmael. Because what happened was the Arabs were polytheists, right? At a time, they were serving Baal and 360 gods, and they had these idols on the Kaaba stone. And then Muhammad came and he was like, "That's got to stop. There's only one God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob." So he created the Quran to confirm the Bible. The Quran is to confirm the Bible verbatim out of the Quran. Is there any source or any historical reference that you can show us where the Bible was actually tampered with and anything like that? We agree. He's not. That's Christian theology, right? That's white supremacy, right? Christ was a melanated man. He hid with the Egyptians. How can he be a white man, right? The original Egyptians were melanated people, so they came and whitewashed this image so that they can. Yeah. You can take a picture of the top of that corner, and you can follow us on there. You can find our stuff, but what Ezekiel 38 is going to go into is that when Russia comes and tries to invade the land of Israel, the Arabs are going to be like, "What the hell y'all think y'all doing?" Right? Christ came back, brought us back into the land. We in glorified bodies. We're going to be dwelling safely, and y'all know this prophecy. Y'all know this. Y'all are coming to the understanding that we are the Israelites. Right? Little by little, the more that we talk to your people, and the more we break down the Quran and we break down prophecy out of the Bible. Right, it's coming to understand because it all lines up perfectly. Right, so yeah, man. All praise to the Most High, man. You be safe out here, man. Yeah, look into it. All praise. Subscribe to the channel. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, man. Go check the reading in the NLT. It's a little, you know what I mean? They say the same thing. See, man, the Arabs know you Negroes are the Jews, man. Right? Y'all just don't know it. Huh? You see that? This how I'm telling you, we're gonna go willing, right? We got a plan to start going to the imams and having just a dialogue about what we believe, you know what I mean, and what they believe, because they have to believe the same thing that we believe. They said that you got to believe in the Torah and the prophets, and we're reading the prophets, and we believe these prophets. So once we talk and once we gain an understanding, because go to Isaiah 1 and 3. Once we gain this understanding with the Iman, you Negroes want to listen to the Arab before you listen to another Negro. Right? And you see, he just admitted, like, yo, yeah, this makes sense. Right? You are a wise and understanding people. Just like the Bible said that these nations will look at us as if we're keeping the commandments. Right? Bring that up.
Isaiah 1, verse 3. The ox knoweth his owner, and the ass his master's crib.
Right, so a cow knows who his owner is. Right, a donkey knows who his owner is. Right,
but Israel doeth not know.
Right? You Negroes and Latinos don't know who y'all are, man. Y'all think y'all black, Negro, colored, African American, Kunta Kinte, Toby, right? Y'all just everything the white man said, man. Afro American, right? Raisin head, right? He said, my people, Israel, doeth not know. The real Israelites don't know who they are. They're calling themselves things like black, Puerto Rican, Dominican, African American, Cuban, right? That's not a nationality. That's not an ethnicity. That's a proverb and a byword, right? He said, Israel doeth not know. Keep going.
My people doeth not consider.
We could talk to you Negroes and Latinos and bring out prophecy and bring out history and archaeology for just yesterday. Chief Alizar, Chief Ben Lawyer, Gorilla Hebrew, right? He's telling this book, it's making sense, right? It's simple. It's that simple. And these Negroes just don't get it, man. You so-called blacks, and he was Native Indian. You know what I mean?
Right.
We are hard-headed and stiff-necked people. Right? Native Indian means a native savage. He'd rather be a savage or black, right? Black means evil, right? But I'm not even going to consider being an Israelite. I can't be an Israelite, right? And verbatim, we see curses. We seen Chief brought out so much information, and then you see him at the end of it. His countenance was down. He was in a dark place, man. All he could say was bars.
Trying to kill him with humor.
Yeah, he was just being funny, man. Yeah, I mean, you seen it last night? Yeah, Lord willing, this was the debate on Son Netter. Yeah, Lord willing, they dropped it soon, man. And yeah, I mean, it was substantial evidence that you couldn't go against, and he couldn't go against. So he tried to go in another angle and tried to be, theatrical. Yeah, I mean, and be a comedian on there trying to gain some fans. Yeah, but he did not disprove anything that was being said. It's because our people don't even want to consider being the biblical Israelites. God ain't doing this for me. God is not destroying these nations for me. He did it for somebody. He destroyed the firstborn of the Egyptians for a people that was in slavery. But that can't be me. You an Israelite, bro? Hey, Allah University, man. You an Israelite, man. You God's chosen people, man. All praise to the Most High. You got to thank the Most High, man, and start actually showing your thanks. Because everybody that's an Israelite ain't going to get saved. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, man. Y'all not black, Hispanic, or Native Indian. The jig is up. Go to Sirach 1. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, man. Them Arabs agree. They'll agree and be like, them Jewish people in their land ain't the real Jews, man. They are not the real Jews. They hate them. But they supposed to be saying we're serving the same God as us, and they don't understand why God is doing this to them. They have no idea. We serving the same God. Why God not protecting us? He said, if we disobedient, he going to destroy us, and we getting destroyed. But you see Muslims being devoted over there in the land of Palestine. And you got them Jewish people claiming to be devoted to what they believe in. And we see them getting destroyed, man.
All right.
Bring it out.
Ecclesiastes from the top. This Jesus.
Start from 1.
All wisdom coming from the Lord.
All wisdom comes from the Most High. Everything we know, everything we study, the Most High is guiding us to get this wisdom and understanding. We're not going to want to gain understanding the origins of America, where the white man came from, right? Who was colonized? Who did the Romans take over after the Renaissance, right? It's bullshit, man. It ain't bullshit when your son's getting shot in the face, man. Right? The Most High said that, right? The Most High got your children in prisons. The Most High got your children getting shot when they bite, right? And it's bullshit, right? You gonna call on it. You gonna be like, God, why me? Right? There ain't gonna be bullshit in that day. Hey, out of your own mouth, thou shalt condemn thyself, man.
Right.
I'm surprised he's still alive. Yeah, I mean, He come like every week. But when we had Shaggy dancing over there for a minute, we didn't see her since, man. And we pray, man. We really praying for this destruction, yo. We really praying for this thing. And it's coming, man. It's no longer a faith. It's no longer, that was just a matter of time. We see it. We are witnesses of the word of the Most High, man. Everything he said was going to happen is happening. Keep going.
And is with him forever.
Right? Wisdom is with the Most High, man. It comes from the Most High. Keep going.
Who can number the sand of the sea?
Right? Who going to number? Nobody can number the grains of sand on the sea. Keep going.
And the drops of rain.
Right?
In the days of eternity.
Right?
Who can find out the height of heaven?
They think they could. They say the sun is this far from the earth and things like that, which is not true, man. Keep going.
Right. And the breadth of the earth, and the deep, and wisdom.
Right. They can't even go in the deep. There's so much pressure in that ocean that they can't even get down there.
Wisdom hath been created before all things.
Right. Wisdom, intelligence, man. If there's intelligence in DNA. There's intelligence in molecules and protons, electrons, and particles, man. He said before all things, wisdom was here. Keep going.
And the understanding of prudence from everlasting.
So in order for something intelligent to be created, an intelligent entity would have to create it. If there's intelligence in this DNA, in this book of instruction of life, somebody intelligent had to create this. Right?
The word of God Most High is the fountain of wisdom.
Right? The word is the fountain of wisdom. The more we read, the more wise we get. The more we keep these commandments and shed this old man that we used to be, man. We see us becoming wise. Like these people are, how do you know all this? How do you know so much Arabic? Because the Most High said, if you keep my commandments, I'm going to make you wise, man. We know about the history of the Muslims. We ain't even Muslim, man. We know about Christianity. We know about the native Indians and the Negroes. We know about the times of Christ. We know about the archaeological evidence and the historical findings of the Levant area. Keep going.
And her ways are everlasting commandments.
Right? Her ways are everlasting. The ways of wisdom are everlasting commandments. Keep going.
To whom has the root of wisdom been revealed?
Right? The root of wisdom is revealed to those who keep these commandments, man. That's why we can talk about anything up here. We can talk about anything you want to talk about. But our people don't know what to talk about. Our people don't even know what they believe in, so they can't talk with us. Because they're going to get confounded. Our people don't believe this, man. But we out here and we are living proof, man. Keep going.
Or who hath known her wise counsels? Unto whom has the knowledge of wisdom been made manifest?
Yo, where y'all from? What's your ethnicity? Yeah, both of y'all. Rabbit? African American? And Native American, what about you? And Cambodian, what's your dad? What's your dad? Your dad black. Right, so African American is two different continents. You can't be African and American. Like you originate somewhere. Right? So where would you originate? Africa was part of Africa. There's 54 continents. There's 54 countries in the continent of Africa. Right? You ever seen Roots? The movie Roots? That is probably in your history class or something. Sometimes they played that. For me, they did. I mean, Kunta Kinte got his identity beaten out of him, and they made him call himself Toby. Your grandmother is older than the term African American. That came out in the 80s. Right? Then you call yourself Negro, colored, black, right? Afro-American. These are all different terms that they put onto our people, onto your people. So who are you if they've been telling you that you this, you that, you that, you that? Right? They're hiding something. What are they hiding? Right? Let me show. Go to Revelation. Go to Revelation. Watch. I'm going to show you what they hide. Let me show you. Because you can't be black. If you put your hand on your sweater, you're not the color of your sweater. Right? Black, the etymology of black means evil, malicious, and void of light. The etymology of white means pure, holy, and good. How convenient, right? When the white man, literally the white boy was bound down to us earlier, his mother was touching on him, his mother and his father, so he's not cool with his mom and his dad. He said that they were brother and sister. His parents, this is how is that pure? How is that holy and good? Right? They bomb everywhere they go. They break, rob, murder, and enslave our people. How are they holy and good? And we're evil and malicious. And we're the best people on this earth. We dance better, we fight better, we cook better, right? We dominate in boxing, football, soccer, baseball. Yeah, everything. Right? But we're evil. Bring that out. 2:9.
Revelation 2 and verse 9. I know thy works and tribulation and poverty,
Right?
but thou art rich.
He's saying that we are rich. What was our people doing in this cotton field, in the sugarcane field? Our grandmothers, our foremothers, and our forefathers were singing hymns to the Lord. They were singing hymns as they were picking cotton. That's because we're rich in spirit. Keep going.
And I know the blasphemy of them.
A blasphemy is a lie of them what?
Which say they are Jews.
So there's a lie of people that say they are Jews and what?
And are not.
They're not really Jews. If I said you was childish, does that mean you're a child? So if I said you was Jewish, does that mean you're a Jew? Right? So there's a blasphemy of them that says they are Jews and are not, but what?
But are the synagogue of Satan.
Do you know the Jewish people funded the slave ships that our forefathers went on? The Jewish people profited off of the great rob, murder, and enslavement of this land so they could build a Citizens Bank, so they could build a University of Penn. Right? They own the prison houses that we fill in. They own the music industry that propagates us killing each other, selling drugs to each other, and being in the midst of steal your girl.
Right.
The white man wants us to rap about that so that we believe that's what a real nigga is. But we're not killing nobody else. We only kill each other. We don't rob the white man. You go down 19th and you go down Broad and Diamond, right? You got all Temple students out there. They don't get touched. 3 in the morning, they walking around in crowds. Right? We had 2 guns on us walking around there because we the ones getting robbed out there, Joe. They walking past the white crowd and they walking to the 2 men that's walking. The two Negroes that's walking. You see that? Right? We don't kill nobody else. We only kill each other. Right? Keep going.
Fear none of those things which thou shalt suffer.
So the real Jews are going to suffer things. You heard what happened to Kyrie Irving? Kyrie Irving said, go watch the documentary, Hebrews to Negroes. Right? And he got kicked out of the Brooklyn Nets. He lost his Nike contract. You know what happened with Kanye West? Kanye West said that he was the real Jew. So they took billions of dollars from him. They took the Yeezy contract and the Adidas contract from him. You know what happened to Nick Cannon? He had a podcast saying he was a Jew and they took Wildin' Out from him, and he had to apologize to everybody for him to get Wildin' Out back. These are the things that we're going to suffer. Or we can say we Egyptian, we can say we Muslim, we can say we anything, but we can't say we're the real Jews. You see that? Keep going.
Behold, the devil shall cast some of you into prison.
We're going to go to prison. We're filling up these prisons. Right? He said the synagogue of Satan. These fake Jews are the synagogue of Satan. These Jewish people own the prisons that we're filling. Right? Keep going.
That ye may be tried, and ye shall have tribulation 10 days.
Right? So you see that man right there in the red horns? Who you think that is? They say that's Jesus, right? Now go to Revelation 1. Revelation 1 and 14. Do you know what Jesus is? You think he's a white man? What is he? He's a black man. You heard that before? His hair was like wool. He had feet of bronze as if it burned in a furnace. If you burn anything in a furnace, what's coming out? It's coming out burnt. It's coming out black. How the hell is that? That Jesus, right? But let me show you one thing. I know y'all trying to go, but let me show you something I know y'all never seen. Go to Acts 13 and 1. I'm gonna show you what they call you, and that it's in the Bible. Let me show you real quick. Acts 13 and 1. Watch this, kings. Y'all kings, man. I know y'all heard that before. But kings live by order, and kings live with a law, with instruction. I mean, if there's no law or instruction, then it'll be a chaotic kingdom. I mean, so there's laws that we got to keep, and if we kept these laws of the Most High, man, we'd be all right. We'd be in rulership. Right? Watch this, though.
Acts 13 and 1. Now there were in the church that was at Antioch certain prophets and teachers, as Barnabas and Simeon that was called nigger.
It was called niggas, man. We got people being called niggas in the Bible. Let me show you. Look. It say, now there were in the church, and certain prophets and teachers, there's Barnabas and Simeon that was called nigger. And I go here, right? It looks like Niger. Look, teachers and Barnabas that was called, it looked like Niger, right? That's what they're going to say. Niger's like a land. So we're going to go to it.
Strong's G 3526. Niger. Niger.
It's not pronounced Niger. It's a Niger, right? And it's black. It means black. And when we read it here, among the prophets, this is another translation. Among the prophets and teachers of the church at Antioch of Syria were Barnabas, Simeon called the black man. So over here he's called a nigga. Over here he's called a black man. Why is God's people being called niggas? Christ is a black man, and they hung him on a tree. Who gets hung on trees, man? Our people, man. Native Indians is getting hung on trees too. I mean, we are in slavery together. They oppress our people together. We fill up the prisons together. And the only way we get out of this thing, bro, is turning back to the laws that a so-called black man told us to keep, man. And it's going to be a black man cracking them clouds and coming back. If it's a white man coming back, he putting us in slavery, man. You know, there ain't going to be no white man coming back to save us. What white man you know died for us? Nobody, right? Ain't nobody gonna die for us, man. It was a black man that died for us, man. And he coming back to save us. And we out here to tell y'all that y'all kings. And we need to live by instruction and order. You know what I mean? And this Bible has instructions for us to get back to king. All right? I love y'all, man. Y'all really kings, and y'all gotta be safe out here. It's crazy out here, man. It's about to be World War III. It's about to be race wars. You got Muslims and Jewish people fighting right now. The fake Jews. They serve the same God. Why God not protecting them? Right? Because we the real children, man. He protecting us, man. Yeah, I mean, we are the fruitful. We the best people on this earth. And it's because God made us that way. But we in the bottom of every community in every city that you find in America. Yeah, they got it's flyers there. Kings, if y'all don't mind, get a flyer, man. Check us out. We out here on Sundays at 5 o'clock, Tuesdays on 9th and Market we on Sundays at 2 o'clock, 9th and Market at 5 o'clock. You know what I mean? I love y'all, man. Yo, bro, can you give him a flyer? Give him another one and give this bro. Give him two. Yo, I love y'all, man, and we got rulership next. I mean, all we got to do is turn back to the Most High with truth and sincerity. He going to defend us, man. He going to destroy these nations for us like how we see happening. In order for us to go back to Israel, them people got to get kicked out. And that's what's happening right now. I love y'all, man. This Bible about y'all, this our history prior to slavery. I mean, y'all kings, man. And we got next. We the best people on this earth. Right? Right. All praise. Right? That's what we out here to do, man. We out here to wake up and gather our people. What's we did? We skip gather together. Gather together, nation not desired. Let me get Zephaniah 2 and 1. Hey, you blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, y'all the real Jews, man. Y'all the real Jews. That's why the fake Jews is getting kicked out.
God, Zephaniah 2 from the top. Gather yourselves together. Ye gather together, O nation not desired.
Right? That's what we out here, man. We out here gathering the nation that's not desired. The Chinese man don't desire you Negroes and Latinos. Right? He sell you cigarettes, Lucy's, Dutches, mice, right? Cat. The Arabs don't desire you Negroes and Latinos, man. They know cigarettes is haram, Dutches is haram, smoking weed is haram. Right. But they selling Dutches, weed, and cigarettes to Negroes and Latinos wearing a kufi. Y'all come garbed up, and the Arabs selling you candy that got pork in it. Right? Keep going.
before the decree bring forth, before the day pass as the shaft,
right? Before your time to repent is blown away like shaft. Keep going.
before the first anger of the Lord come upon you.
Right? It's a fierce anger of the Lord coming upon this earth. We got fires in Hawaii, right? We got typhoons in South Africa, right? We got Israel getting bombed, Palestine getting bombed. We got Russia. We got Russia and Ukraine. We got Russia and Ukraine. We got China and Taiwan. It's about to be a World War III, man. And we out here together, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, that ain't none of our business, man. Right? We out here praying for Israel. Right? We out here praying for Palestine. When the last time you seen Palestine or Israel stand up for a cop knee on your neck? When they say pray for the blacks in America? Huh? I ain't see that once. What about when Eddie Izzard got shot by the police? I ain't see no community. When you Muslims get shot, I don't see the fucking Arabs standing up, man. When you Negro Muslims getting shot, man. The white man want to come and cling on to our tassel and march and protest, but really they just throwing the bricks through the window so they can demonize our people. They the ones throwing the brick in the window. Yeah, they throw the rock and they put their hands behind their back like I ain't do nothing, right? Right? See? Right there, see? like you gotta put his face in a vacuum or something. I don't know what the fuck that was. They deformed, man. That's incest. Right? It's more on that.
Come upon you before the day of the Lord's anger come upon you.
Right, keep going.
Seek ye the Lord, all ye meek of the earth.
Right, seek the Most High, man. The Most High, you see the Israelis seeking God, it ain't working. Right? You see the Palestine seeking God, it ain't working. Right? You see the white man seeking, they ain't seeking God, but they losing, right? It ain't working, nothing's working for nobody, man. Ain't nothing been working for us neither, man. We got to come back to the Most High. Islam ain't work. Christianity ain't work. 5% ain't work. But we got to seek the Most High in truth and sincerity. Keep going.
Which have wrought his judgment. Seek righteousness. Seek meekness. It may be ye shall be hid in the day of the Lord's anger.
Keep going.
For Gaza shall be forsaken.
Right, Gaza's going to be, you say Gaza? Gaza's going to be forsaken. The Bible says Gaza's going to be forsaken, man. Keep going.
And Ashkelon a desolation.
Right?
They shall drive out Ashdod at the noonday.
They're going to drive, the Gaza's going to drive out Ashdod, which is in Israel, in the noonday, man. This Bible is perfect. Everything that's happened in the Bible says you just don't want to read. Right? Keep going.
And Ekron shall be rooted up.
Right? So get rooted up. Keep going.
Woe unto the inhabitants of the sea coast.
Right? Woe unto these inhabitants, man. That means destruction to the inhabitants. Keep going.
The nation of the Cherethites. The word of the Lord is against you, O Canaan, the land of the Philistines.
Right? The land of the Philistines, right? Keep going.
I will even destroy thee, that there shall be no inhabitant.
Right? There has to not be an inhabitant in order for us to come into this land. Right? He's going to destroy the Levant. He's going to destroy Palestine and Israel. He's going to destroy Ashdod. The Most High said he was, man. He said he was going to destroy America too. Keep going.
And the sea coast shall be dwellings and cottages for shepherds.
Right? Keep going.
And folds for flocks.
Keep going.
And the coast shall be for the remnant of the house of Judah.
Right? The coast is going to be for the Israelites, man. Right? We're going to have this cattle again, man. We're going to live in the land safely. We're going to get saved from the hand of our enemies, man.
Right.
Keep going.
They shall feed thereupon, in the houses of Ashkelon shall they lie down in the evening. For the Lord their God shall visit them and turn away their captivity.
Right, the Most High is going to turn away the captivity of the real Israelites, and that's blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians.
Right.
He's going to turn our captivity. It's prophesied. It's happening. It's in motion. The land of America is falling. The American dollar is falling. The white man's power with NATO and Europe and the United Kingdom and America is falling, man. America is falling. The white race is falling. And we got to give all praise to the Most High, because in order for us to rise, you have to fall. And we rising, man. Let me get Jeremiah 3:18. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, we are the biblical Israelites. We the real Jews. No ish. There's no ish. We don't have to pretend, man. Jeremiah 3:18. But they got Christians over there giving out pamphlets, talk about pray for peace on earth. But the Most High said he was going to destroy these people, man. How are we going to pray against God? You got Christians praying against the will of the Most High. You see that? Peace on earth, man. The only time there's going to be peace on earth when the real Israelites come into rulership.
Right.
That's the only time when blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians are the rulers of this earth. That's the only time there's going to be peace. Until then, it's going to be chaos, man. And it's about to get real chaotic. You got the white man being homeless now. It used to be us. It used to be us with a sign talking about feed me. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, you see, we can't even be poor, bro. Yeah, I mean, they want to take our signs from us. They taking us out the corners, collecting change, man.
Right.
We can't even do that. And we don't want you no more. Now it's all the fucking white people doing it. And we don't want to look like them. Right? Go ahead, bring that up.
Jeremiah 3, verse 18. In those days, the house of Judah shall walk with the house of Israel.
Right? In those days, the 12 tribes is going to walk together. Right? There ain't going to be no Jewish people in the land, and that's it. Right? It's going to be Judah, Benjamin, Levi, Ephraim, Manasseh, Zebulun, Issachar, Gad. Yeah, I mean, all of us, man. All 12 tribes, Asher. Right? We all going to be together. The house of Judah and the house of Israel. The house meaning the majority of our people. Keep going.
They shall come together out of the land of the north.
Right? The 12 tribes are going to come out of the land of the north
to the land that I have given for an inheritance unto your father.
Right? The 12 tribes are going to come out of the land of the north, out of North America, back to the land of Israel. So in order for the real Jews and the real Israelites to go back to the land of Israel, the current inhabitants have to get out. And he said, I'm going to destroy them. I'm going to destroy these people. God promised us, man. All we got to do is keep the commandments and just wait and put in the work. Keep going.
But I said, how shall I put thee among the children and give thee a pleasant land, a goodly heritage of the host of nations? And I said, thou shalt call me my father, and shall not turn away from me.
We ain't going to turn away from the Most High, but blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, they turn away from the Most High to follow after the white Jesus, to follow after an Arabic stone. Right? That's why we not in the land, because we chose to follow the ways after these other nations. All women want purple hair like this guy right here. Right? All women wearing blonde hair. All women dressing up like Muslim women, man. Let's go to Proverbs 30 and 20. This is all women right here. Read this in the NLT book for sure. You need my pen? Proverbs. Nope. Nope. Read that in the NLT. Proverbs 30 and 20. What's up with you, man? You got a question? You don't like smoking. All people shouldn't be smoking. You know the reason why they put cigarettes in our community is so that we could just kill ourselves? We're not cowboys, man. That was your people doing it. Your people had us on the tobacco field, forced us to pick tobacco so y'all could smoke it. Right? Your people. Where you from? Wait, you're from Ireland, right? Right, I know you are though, right? You are, right? Yeah, because I know, man. It's the spirit bearing witness. Still, I do know. I know. But you're not, right? You're not though, right? Where you from? I'm a so-called Puerto Rican, right? The colonizers, your forefathers, forced this Puerto Rican term onto my people. Albanians too. See what happened was with Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great took over the whole known world, and then with the Romans coming into power, they took over that whole eastern part of the world, right? So that's when the Renaissance happened. The Romans went and took over Greece. They took over France. They took over Spain. They took over all these lands, right? So that's why you're occupied in these lands, but that don't change you. That don't change the fact that you're the same people. The Russians and the Ukrainians are the same people. They just used to be used to be the part of the Soviet Union, and Russia just wants it back. That don't change the fact that the Ukrainians and the Russians are the same people, right? You look like Alexander the Great. Alexander the Greek. Yeah, but Macedonian is an Edomite. It's all the same thing. It's all the same people. The Romans are the cousins of the Greeks. Huh? All that was just a tribe, right? There was a tribe of them. There was never a person that was called Macedonian that had descendants and called them Macedonianites. That was just a land that they was occupying.
What about the Spanish Puerto Ricans? Are they bad?
The Spanish Puerto Ricans? So
Can he be a white dude?
So it all depends on the father. So it depends on your patrilineal lineage. So a man holds the seed, right? When you stick your rod into a woman, you plant your seed into a woman, and she nurtures that child, that seed, and allows it to grow.
Right. Who are you guys with?
We are the saints, right? So we can tell whether a Puerto Rican is either a native, a so-called Negro, or a Spaniard, just by the cousins. How many cousins we have? Because how many children do you have? How long have you been trying to have children, but you haven't had them? But you tried to have children and you can't, right? How many? We need Planned Parenthood in our community, right? The European white race is dying because they can't procreate, right? That's statistically a fact. The white race is dying because they cannot procreate. It's just because how profane your people are. Y'all, it's like incest. Y'all have sex with y'all sisters and stuff like that, so it ends up fucking up y'all sperm and shit.
What about the Spanish Puerto Ricans?
So the Spanish was forced onto the Puerto Ricans. So that all Puerto Ricans speak Spanish.
Sounds like good shit. Leave if you don't like the white.
Well, why should black people, give me one reason why black and brown people should like white people. I know, right? I know, and there's no reason that I'll tell you why your people should like us, because we go to work for you, we shut up and dribble, right? We make the music you want us to make, right? All we did was be obedient to your people.
Are you guys? So are you guys Christian?
We're not Christian. Well, we are the biblical definition of a Christian. But the Christianity that you know of today, we are not those kind of Christians. We're not those kind of Christians over there that's giving out pamphlets that don't know the Bible. Like, we actually read and study the Bible. You study the Bible? You was forced to study the Bible? You know that all people was forced into Christianity. You know that.
I went to Catholic school, so like,
you're not gonna be too into that.
Your force was kind of different than our force, though, right? Because we was forced on a wooden cross. Like our people, your people was putting up the Native Indians on crosses and saying conform to Christianity. If not, then you're going to burn on this cross. And there are people, the European Caucasians, the colonizers was burning Native Indians and Negroes on crosses for not conforming to Christianity. Because we was like, you know, if you're, the colonizers were saying, if you want to make it to heaven, conform to Christianity. Then the Native Indians and the Negroes were like, are you going to be in that heaven? And then the colonizers said, yeah, we're going to be in that heaven too. So the Native Indians and the Negroes are, I don't want to go there. Heaven is a condition. We're in hell. A white man's heaven is a black and brown man's hell. You ever heard that before? Yeah, it's true though. Your heaven is our hell.
You don't know what my heaven.
Your heaven, you're on stolen land, right? Is there a statute of limitation for murder or rape? Is there a statute of limitation for murder or rape? The statute of limitation is a certain amount of years they can no longer hold that crime against you.
I would say, like,
There's
you're still alive. Yeah.
all right, so murder and rape, there's no statute of limitation. If they catch you 20 years later, you're still getting tried for that crime. But something like theft, they won't try you for that. You know what I mean? So if I stole a car and I gave it to my son, and my son got caught driving that car, he would get charged for the theft of that car, right? You know that your ancestors raped, robbed, murdered, and enslaved the indigenous people of this land in order for you to be able to walk on this land. So that puts you into a conspiracy of murder, rape, robbing, and enslavement. The Quakers, they came over here too and enslaved our people too. But it's all still saying the so-called white race. I say so-called white race because you're more pink than white.
But weren't the Quakers the abolitionists? I'm sure there's a reason, some nasty, insidious reason they were abolitionists. I'm sure there is. I'm sure that they were doing it for their
It's
own gain.
nasty
I'm sure it was for their own gain. I'm
and
sure
malicious
that,
to hang people on trees, to whip them in their back, to take pictures and make postcards, and to create a Black Friday to sell black and brown babies for cheap. Like that's just all just malicious and stuff. That's just we don't vote. Why would we vote for our next slave master, right? Let's just vote for the next slave master, right? Obama was not a so-called Negro. His father was Hawaiian, so he wasn't a black.
What's the statute of limitations on your dad being Hawaiian?
My dad is not Hawaiian.
No, his dad being Hawaiian.
There's no statute of limitation that makes you ethnically a Hawaiian or Jersey. Obama wasn't. He wasn't. You can actually look it up. And his father was not a Negro.
His father was not a Negro.
His father was not a
What was his father?
His father was Hawaiian.
Hawaiian. It was Kenyan.
Kenyan. They both Kenyan.
Okay, so did he have any color on him?
East Indians have color on all of it. Same with you. East Indians with the red dot on their head. They're
Yeah, the same color as we
they're
are.
darker than you.
Anything that has color
Because that make
is a black person.
So I promise you there's going to be a native East Indian that walks past, and I'm gonna ask him, has he ever been called black? He's gonna say no.
Okay, but that's what he gonna say.
Yeah,
But you and I know.
he never even got pulled over by the police.
Okay,
His kids never been in prison.
Wait. Okay, but what is he? Does he have color?
Skin folk is not
Does he have a color on him?
Yeah, he's a no.
Anything with, once again, anything with color. Back up a little bit. Back up. I don't smoke. I sell Alicia. Anything with color, it's black.
Black. Put your hand on your pants and tell me you're black.
Okay, but dark. Okay, dark.
That's term.
You know I've been tampered with.
Yeah,
You've been tampered with too.
They call me Puerto Rican. I never was a Puerto Rican. I never spoke Spanish until the colonizers forced that term and that language on me. Just like they forced black, African American, Negro, color, Afro American
Force
onto
that
you.
on me.
They didn't force it onto your people, and they forced the British language, English, onto your people.
Did they?
Yes.
Okay, so what am I?
What are you? What are you?
I thought I was a Negro. A nigga.
Yeah. That's what they
That's what I
call it.
was forced on.
That's what they
So
call
when
it.
they took us from Africa and they raped our women and the men and threw the women in the water after they impregnated them, they committed two murders.
I'm with them here.
They committed two murders. You impregnated the black woman while you raped her.
It doesn't, just because they raped them doesn't necessarily mean they got pregnant.
You skeeted in them.
That doesn't mean the white people can't really procreate. The race is dying because they can't procreate, so they don't have children like that.
Oh wow! So some of them did.
Some there was some children, but not just because they got raped doesn't mean that it was a
Right,
child.
well, some of them did get impregnated.
Yeah, but they were raped though.
Throw it in the water.
Yeah.
And not only you killed the woman, you killed her
Fetus. Wow.
as well. Hey, hold on, watch this. They also raped the men, the kings. Raped them too.
Fuck bro.
What you call it?
Fuck bro. They was fuck bro.
Fuck them in the ass.
Yes.
Right. Boy pussy.
You ever seen the movie Roots?
Yeah, I'm
Right.
57.
So Quincy Kinsey had his identity stripped from him and had him call himself
His name
Toby.
Toby.
Right. That's what
You
you're
know,
calling.
there ain't no damn culture kid.
That's what you're doing by calling yourself black and Negro.
What am I?
You're the
Who
one.
I am.
All right.
Who am I?
Let's go to Revelation 1. Let's go to Revelation 1 and 14.
So I find out who the hell I am. Because I'm lost right now.
I got you.
He said he got me. Yeah, that's good. Because I'm 90 days clean right now.
Real all praise to the Most High. It's good to hear, man.
Get drugs off me. Cigarettes too. I don't know why I'm selling looses because I need some money. But still smoke. But I might, when I get the job Monday, Tuesday, looses the way.
Well, that'd be a beautiful thing. Look, bring it out. 1 and 14.
Revelation 1 and 14. His head and his hairs were white like wool.
Read 1 and 1.
The revelation of Jesus Christ.
So this is John the Revelator getting a revelation. I got you. Exactly. Go to 13.
And in the midst of the 7 candlesticks, one like unto the Son of Man,
Which would be the world cross Christ. This is the revelation of Christ. Keep on.
clothed with a garment down to the foot,
Right. So like his garment right there, that's the kind of garment he had. Keep on.
and girt about the paps with a golden girdle.
Yeah, the golden belt. Keep on.
His head and his hairs were white like wool.
So what people on this earth got woolly hair?
Freedom.
Right. Keep on. So that's a strike for that.
God.
That's a strike for that. Jesus right there. Right there. Right. Keep on.
As white as snow,
Right. Yeah. White woolly hair.
and his eyes were as a flame of fire.
White woolly hair. Like what's his name from?
Wisdom.
Yeah, wisdom. Exactly. White hair. The Morgan Freeman. Exactly. Keep on.
And his eyes were as a flame of fire.
I mean, he spoke to weed.
Your eyes get red when you're angry.
Okay.
I mean, keep on.
Or he was drinking wine.
It was drinking wine. We can say that as well.
Come on with
Keep
it.
on.
And his feet like unto fine
What's
brass.
the color of grass? What's the color of grass?
Dress is like a gold or
Brown.
like a brown, right?
Brown color. So his feet was your feet.
Dark.
Your feet get less sun than the whole rest of your body. So your feet might be lighter than your hands and your face. But his feet is the same color as the rest of his body. So keep going.
As if they burned in a furnace.
So if I took a penny and put it in the grill, close the lid, open the lid up, what color that penny was?
It's gonna turn brown.
It's gonna be a dark brown. It's gonna be your brown.
He was in, where was he at? In Israel or Egypt?
He was hiding in Egypt.
Where was he at?
Yeah,
Egypt? What's over in Egypt? Sunlight, right?
Yeah.
Boom.
So if them people in the land that claim to be Jews, right? The real Jews claim to be Jews,
All right.
right? If the real Jews was in slavery in Egypt for hundreds of years,
They'd be dark.
they would be dark. And so-called white people, like the Jewish people over there, they can't stand in the sun without sunblock. I doubt the Egyptians had sunblock,
So
right?
that was a lie.
So it's a lie, right? So go to Revelation 2:9 again.
Revelation 2 verse 9. I know thy works and tribulation and poverty.
Right. Know your works, tribulation, and poverty. Tribulation is hardship. Poverty is our poverty, right? Keep going.
But thou art rich.
I can show you being rich in spirit. That's what it's talking about. It's James 2 and 5 will tell us that he chose to pour out of this world to be rich in faith. Keep going.
Wow.
And I know the blasphemy of them
The blasphemy is a big lie of them.
which say they are Jews
There's a blasphemy of the people saying they are Jews
and are not,
and not the real Jews.
but are the synagogue of Satan.
These Jewish people funded the slave ships that our ancestors went on. These Jewish people fund the prison system. These Jewish people own the record labels that force our people to talk about killing each other. Exactly.
brought it out there.
Yeah.
That's why he got his hair back kinky and shit. He used to get cuts like mine, but that's your haircut. This is
But there's
now,
a
he ain't
lie.
worried about no haircut.
There's a lie of people saying they are Jews though, and are not, but are the synagogue of
Kanye
Satan.
West.
Kanye West. Right? Keep going. Watch this.
Message. Go ahead, man. Bro, take it together.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Fear none of those things which thou shalt suffer.
So the real Jews would be suffering things like Kanye West. He said that he was the real Jew, and they took billions of dollars.
Millions of dollars
They
from him.
took their Yeezy.
You know why they did that? Because they don't want him to have it. They don't want him to know the truth.
They don't want us to know the
Us the
truth.
truth.
And him being a prominent figure
Oh
in our
my
community,
God, here it comes.
they started oppressing him, right? So it happened.
We're going to take this money from you.
Yeah.
We're going to take these shoes from
And
you.
apologize. And apologize.
Apologize.
Right? What happened to Kyrie Irving? He said, "Watch Hebrews and Negroes." That was a documentary on Amazon. Hebrews to Negroes. So we used to be Hebrews, and now we turn into Negroes.
So we are,
Yes.
so we are Hebrew.
You are
Not
that's right.
Hebrew.
You are the Jew, man.
We are the Jews.
You are the Jew, man.
That's why the Jews, real Jews, love
It
us.
is bomb right now, man. Because in order for us to get back in the land, they got to get kicked out, man. So this is all the doing of the Most High. We are the Jews, man. We got to get saved.
I'm a carpenter, man. I'm in Florida, right? My father used to work with Jews, the so-called Jews.
Jewish.
And they loved him because he was so particular of his work. You follow me?
Yeah, he was.
My
Yeah.
great uncle was a master installer. And the only person that wanted him, he was a carpet man. He made installed carpet. His seams were invisible.
He was a carpenter.
No, he was a carpet installer. You know what I mean? No, I'm talking about what my uncle was.
Oh yeah, I'm talking about Jesus. I'm letting you
I know about that.
But you're saying that your people install, like your
But
ancestors
the only
installed.
person was they liked it working was my uncle Roland. We want Roland. The Jews would always want Roland. We want Roland because he was so particular in his work. He took pride in his work. He was very good. So, and they knew that he was. He had gray eyes with kinky hair, and his brother had green eyes with curly hair. I'm not all the way black. He's not all the way black. So we were tampered with.
Well,
Right?
we know who your father is because we hold the seed. So we
Exactly.
can lay our seed in China. You can lay an apple seed in China or in America. It's going to grow up an apple tree. So wherever
I
we lay
told
our
that
seed.
guy before I went down the steps, I said, we can take our dick and put it in whatever and create black.
Yeah, that's just,
Can a white man take his
I
dick?
wasn't sure what it was. I knew it. I was traveling. I was traveling. Yeah, I know.
He can't take his dick and put it in something and create
He can't
nothing.
create nothing. He don't have kids.
Am I right?
Yeah,
That's how strong we are.
yeah,
That's my father planted into me. The message,
yeah.
that's why I said we can do this, turn it over, do that.
Yeah.
We got two different colors.
So a black man and a black woman can create a white
I'm
child.
white, exactly. Where you think that whiteness come from? My father planted it in me before he passed away. He let me know all that.
So how can the white man be Jew? The Jew. If they in the Middle East, there's no way.
Your sperm ain't even strong enough.
So why are they calling you black,
I'm
Negro
not a
color?
Negro.
You're not a Negro.
Why, hey man, it's a blessing
But-
for me to communicate.
Now, hold
The
on.
best thing it is in the world, along with understanding.
Exactly. Well, let me show you something. Bring this up. Watch this.
Go with it.
Acts 13 from the top. Now there were in the church that was at Antioch certain prophets and teachers as Barnabas and Simeon that was called nigger.
This is in the Bible. You think I'm right? Yeah,
It's
sure.
in the Bible. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't take a picture. I don't think so. Please. Like I said,
We're gonna give you a flyer. We're gonna give you a flyer.
Week if you go.
Yeah, we go with it.
All right,
You're gonna
come
get a
on,
flyer, and you're gonna watch this, and you're gonna watch the video.
You know, oh, my man. Bring me my video to me.
Yeah, I got you.
Wow. Because my cousin was all in church today.
Look,
He's
look.
all in church today.
Yeah. So
Talking about this, that, that. I'll be like, yo, man, you don't even know who you are.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell him, you don't even know who you are. He's gonna give me secret stuff. He ain't gonna want to give me no secret stuff now.
So look, this is the New Testament telling us this. This is Acts. So now there were in the church that was at Antioch certain prophets and teachers. There's Barnabas and Simeon that was called Nick. Now it looks like Niger. So let's go into the concordance. It's gonna be yeah. Give me your number. If my number is on it, you can text me. So look, Barnabas and Simeon that was called Nick. It looks like Niger, but this is how they pronounce it in the Greek.
Strong's G 3526. Niger. Niger.
So we see the definition of that being black. Now, when we read this in another translation, he calls Barnabas and Simeon that was called nigger here. It says in another translation, among the prophets and teachers of the church at Antioch of Syria were Barnabas and Simeon called a black man.
It's us.
So the first time we see Romans, a white man calling us niggas, was in the times of Christ.
Okay, so why nowadays it was a thing where we couldn't stand a white man to call us a nigger. We want to beat him up, and then you turn around and you got black people calling each other niggas, and it's all right. Hey, what's up, my nigga? Hey, nigga. Hey, what y'all nigga doing?
So-called white people give us and claim it as our own and make it a crowd.
Like black, African American, Afro American.
It made us idiots,
But
and we laugh at that.
But look, remember, they was killing us.
If you didn't know,
They was killing us if we said that we was anything outside of what we really are. So if our
your name
foremothers
is
and our forefathers,
Toby,
your name is
not
Toby.
Kunta
And he
Kinte.
started teaching his children that they would kill his children. So our parents.
Oh my
So if
God!
I raise my son to say that sky is red,
Yeah.
it's blue. But if I raise him since a baby to tell him that it's red, he's gonna say it ain't nothing you can tell him that it's red. So it's the same thing with our people.
I
We've been
got on the
told.
train the other day. White girl rushed over there to sit down, and she sat in the middle. Look, you sitting beside. I said, "Excuse me, can I sit down?" You don't take up. You're not that big. Can I sit down? She got up and walked over there. Like, I'm not sitting beside no. What were you on?
Niggas,
No. What
you're
were
a Jew.
You're a
I'm not sitting beside no Jew.
So there's
They got a perpetual hate.
She stood over there, and she was outnumbered.
it's a
I said,
perpetuation.
y'all see this?
They don't like that.
Y'all see this? This white woman gonna got over stood over there by the pole. I put her on blast.
So how you get over there?
I get over where?
Yeah, you went to America. How did your forefathers go?
On the ship, right?
Go to Deuteronomy 20.
That's what I believe. That's what I thought. We were all brought over here on the ship,
They signed. Right now they signed all fucked up. I gotta
and we
get
was.
you.
I thought we was on. They had chains on us. They showed pictures of movies. They had chains on us. We was sick. From this, they didn't care. They made slave out of us, right? Am I right?
28 and 45. Listen to this.
Sold when we got over here. Sold to the high third.
Watch this.
Philadelphia, South Carolina, all over
Go
the
to
world.
45, 345. He just said something. That was easy.
Deuteronomy 28, verse 45.
This is curses. Watch this. This one's us.
Moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee,
Curses are going to come upon the children of Israel. Moses is telling the children of Israel. Let's keep going.
and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee, till thou be destroyed.
So there's going to be curses on a particular group of people. Why?
Because thou hearkenest not unto the voice of the Lord thy God.
Jacob had 12 sons, for real. And these are the children of Israel.
You're a Jew.
You remember
That's
what's his name? You
that's
remember,
Judah.
what's that rapper boy name? KRS-One? Boogie Down Production.
They was talking about all that, right? Wasn't the
Right!
saying and all that was talking about it too?
KRS-One.
Yeah.
Isaac was the favorite of Jacob. Jacob had 12 sons, for
Yeah,
real. That's these
exactly.
are the children of Israel.
Yeah.
That was message.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah, it
I
is,
used to
but
listen to
it
that message.
He's a messenger.
yeah.
It was a messenger.
He was dropping seeds in order
Back then.
to give for
And if
the,
you didn't catch it, you lost.
who was 12 tribes of Israel.
I caught it. Jacob had 12 sons, for real. And these are the children of Israel.
And you descend from one of those sons called Judah.
And we some kings,
You
man.
is, man. But kings live with order and instruction.
And you know what my sign is?
What's that?
I was born in August, so I'm a Leo. The
Yeah.
king of the jungle.
But But we don't deal with that. You know what I mean? The signs, that's all astrology. You know what I mean?
Okay, well,
Like to read your horoscope and to see how your day
yeah, I
gonna go
thought
is
that
just,
was, you know what I mean? But a lion is a bad joke.
yeah. No, you are a lion though. Yeah. Christ is a black man coming back as a lion. And he
Oh my
not as a
God.
literal lion, but he coming back as the king of the jungle, and all these nations gonna be prey.
I'm a lion.
You are. But we gotta keep the laws of the Most High in order for us to rule.
I mean, I had so many accidents here. I'm 57. So many accidents here in Philadelphia. The last one was in a meeting. They got to pay me, man. I have arthritis in my shoulder. And I was on drugs for a while. My wife left me, took my kids, and went to another man and had his kids, and left me out there sick. But I came back. And when she seen me, I had a stomach and everything, nice and dieseled up. She said, damn, I could have stayed with him. When you're married, you're not supposed to leave your husband. It's through sickness and all of that. Here I am. Me and my sons, I got 3 sons. We get together, we look like brothers. Yeah. And I'm 57.
Right.
Dieseled up and everything. I just came from the gym.
We're strong people, man. We're the strongest people.
Yeah. 57.
Listen to this real quick, if you got time.
Yeah, I got time.
Because it said, till thou be destroyed,
These curses are going to be on society, so we be destroyed. Keep going.
because thou hearkenest not unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep his commandments and his statutes which he commanded thee.
Right? Don't sell drugs. That's sorcery. Don't kill each other. I mean, don't put usury upon each other. Don't eat pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster. Keep the Sabbath day. These are all commandments that the Most High told us to do that we don't keep. So these curses are upon us. Right? Keep going.
And they shall be upon thee
These curses are going to be upon the Israelites.
for a sign and for a wonder.
So these curses are a sign. Why? Because these Israelites will be calling themselves black, right? Negro, colored, African American, Afro American, Puerto Rican, Cuban, Dominican, Jamaican, Haitian, right? And the sign, these curses are a sign to let you know who they are. Just like there's a sign that says 15 for market, we know that this is 15 for market. If that sign wasn't there, it'd just be a street. So these curses are a sign to let us know who these Israelites are. Keep going.
And upon thy seed forever,
On our seeds, as long as we breaking these commandments. Keep going.
because thou servest not the Lord thy God with joyfulness
Because we don't serve God with joyfulness.
and with gladness of heart for the abundance of all things.
Since we don't go to God for everything that we need, right?
Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies.
So God is saying, because you don't come to me, now you got to go to your enemies.
Who's the enemy?
Go ahead.
Which the Lord shall send against thee.
Right, God sent these enemies against us. Listen though, King. Listen though, King. The Lord is going to send enemies against us, right?
Against thee in hunger
We're going to have to go to these same people that were sent against us for food,
and in thirst
for water,
and in nakedness
for clothing,
and in want of all things.
for education, for housing, for permission of job, permission of hunt, permission to fish. The Lord is calling that our enemies. And what else is enemy going to do?
And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck.
These same people that we go to for everything is going to put a yoke of iron on our neck.
What's a yoke of iron?
That chain that went from slave to slave, like you just mentioned. The Most High said, because we didn't keep the commandments, that's why we going through this. Keep going.
Until he have destroyed thee.
Keep going.
The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far.
Right, from far, the Spaniards, the British,
So the nation is coming from far to come here
to come here,
and
right?
do what to us?
So this nation shall come against thee from far.
Right.
So Britain, Spain, and France,
Yeah.
Portugal, and all that came over here to colonize the native Indians in 1492. They genocided they genocided the native Indians. They killed so many of us that they went to the western shores of Africa and they grabbed the so-called Negroes, brought them over here, and we're both together here, 12 tribes of Israel, right? Because you're just one of the tribes, right? You can't. The Negroes came over here to be together with all 12 tribes, the native Indians, right? Because we all.
This was an Indian's land, first of all, right?
And it said the Lord shall send a nation against thee from far.
From the
And
end
these
of
are
the
not
earth.
clothes.
Yeah.
They ain't clothes,
Right.
right?
Keep going.
From the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flying, A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand.
We didn't know Spanish. We didn't know English. The Brazilians and the Haitians, they know French and
We even
Portuguese.
speaking our own
We're
language.
not. We don't even got our own last name. We have our slave master's last name, man.
Yes.
But we're free.
He's gonna say that we're the biggest thieves,
Yeah.
liars, rapists, and murderers.
Murderers, yeah. We're the criminals.
All these are lies.
Yes. They turn us into criminals, man. They put guns and drugs into our communities and
Drop
flatline
them
our
all in
community.
there. Drop them, let them kill themselves.
Yeah, the
Put the
KKK
niggas
was
all
up
over
against
there.
y'all.
Let them drink
Y'all about some y'all style, man. I see some light right there shining. I'm like, oh, praise to the Most High. See, man, our people waking up, man. Yeah, man. I love you, King. All praise. All praise to the Most High. This is the commandments. So we read these. You call me and we give them to you. All right. So keep going. A nation whose son, yeah.
A nation of fierce countenance,
A nation whose son we wasn't going to understand. A nation with fierce countenance.
which shall not regard the person of old, nor she favor to the young.
Our foremothers got raped. They threw them in the water. They killed the babies. They didn't care about anybody. They were just murdering.
Break the man, all
Yeah.
that.
All right, man. Go to 68. Watch this.
Deuteronomy 28, verse 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again.
What was the Israelites doing in Egypt?
I don't know.
They were slaves. They were slaves in
Big
Egypt.
slaves out of them took over
Well,
Egypt.
that's why Moses went over there and said, "Let my people go."
Right.
Right? So he took us from the hand of Pharaoh, and the Most High destroyed the firstborn of all the Egyptians to get the Israelites out of slavery. Right? So he said he was going to send us to Egypt again. Right? Keep going. Keep going.
With ships,
With ships. He was going to go in slavery again with ships. Keep going.
by the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again.
The physical Egypt he wasn't going to see again. But you was going to go into Egypt into slavery again on ships. Right? Keep going.
Again.
And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies
And we was going to be sold to our enemies for what?
for bondmen
The slave men
and bondwomen,
and slave women.
and no man shall buy you.
Nobody's going to redeem us, because in the ancient days, according to the law, if you got sold to another nation, we can go over to that nation and buy you back. But nobody was coming to buy us back. Nobody was coming to redeem us. We stuck. Martin Luther King couldn't do it. Malcolm X could. No activist, whether they was Native Indian or Negro, could have gotten us out of the situation or made our situation better. So go to Deuteronomy 30. What do we do? How do we get out of this?
How did we get out of this?
All praise to the Most High.
Deuteronomy 30 from the top. And it shall come to pass when all these things are come upon thee,
We just read 28. Now we at 30. All these things gonna come upon us.
the blessing and the curse which I have set before thee,
Let him take his call. What's up, King? All praise to the Most High, man.
Yeah,
All praise.
let me call you back, man. I'm in the middle of something very important. I'll call you right back ASAP. Yeah, it's very important, man. He in the way. That's my cousin. My dad's first cousin. That makes him my second cousin.
Start from the top.
chapter 30, verse 1.
Deuteronomy 30.
Deuteronomy 30 and 1. And it shall come to pass when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse,
Right, we had the blessing with King David. We had the blessing with Solomon.
It's my middle name.
But
David.
all praise to the Most High. David was a Judite, right? Keep going.
which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations,
Man,
whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee.
we're going to call them tomorrow. We're going to remember among all the nations that we're driven to. We can look around us. We got the Chinese. We got the Chinese. We got the Arabs. We got the East Indians. We got the white man. We got the Japanese. We got every nation rolling with our
Korean, Japanese, Oriental. And you go on.
And during the transatlantic slave trade, we got sold to every nation. You got blacks in China. You got blacks in East India. You got Puerto Ricans and Dominicans over there in Spain and in Europe. Right? Keep going.
Who is that?
And shalt return unto the Lord thy God,
We're going to call it to mind. We're going to remember ourselves, and we're going to call it to mind. Right?
and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day.
It's prophesied that we was going to return and start keeping the commandments again. And you see young men, man, we turn it back to the Most High, man. It's not just us. We small compared to what's really going on. If you came out here on Saturday, on Thursday, it's like 20 of them out here. Yeah, I mean, if you go over there on Central Market on Friday,
I seen them on 52nd Street.
on 52nd and Market.
No, 52nd and 52nd over there by Malcolm X Park.
Okay. I mean,
52nd and Delancey, 52nd and right there by the park, 52nd Street.
right.
But they was right in front of the church, right on the corner. I got video.
The most raising of the
Yeah.
army right now, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we're coming back and keeping his commandments, keeping his Sabbath days, wearing our fringes, loving our people, man. This is what the Most High want us to do. Keep going.
Thou and thy children.
We teach our kids. Our kids know these 10 commandments. Our kids keep these holy days. We don't celebrate Christmas. We don't celebrate Thanksgiving, 4th of July, Christmas, Columbus Day. It's October. Everybody preparing for Halloween, and the world is preparing for war.
That's devil stuff,
Yeah.
man. Get out of here.
But our people are,
Thanksgiving.
yeah, that's
Come on, that's when a lot of slaughtering was going on. They was
exactly.
killing.
It was killing, man. They genocide,
They
right?
celebrated killing.
And we don't know. We don't know what we
And we
worship.
still worshiping Christmas.
Yeah.
It-
Easter. A
I
bunny
know.
has an egg.
My father came in the house with bicycle. He talking about Christmas. Okay, so they showed on TV about Santa Claus coming through a chimney. We didn't have no chimney.
White man breaking
I'm
the
like
house.
9 years old. Where our chimney at? So I stayed up late.
King, all praise to the Most High, man. Be safe, all right?
Not you, homie. I know him.
remember
We go
you
way
said that.
back. He was in a recovery house with me.
Praise him.
I know 9 years old of my father coming in the house with my bicycle. I said, oh, that's who Santa Claus is. Shouting right now. I was determined to find out when this guy gonna come in with this red suit on, with a black belt, with a white beard, with a big old cat. How you gonna serve all these people in the world?
On a
So
chain,
how many Santa Claus we got running around here?
slave.
And we don't even own a slave. Reindeers.
That's
In
what they
the
told us.
air?
I mean, and look, now our people dressing up like this. Look, our people, men want to be women. It's because of the perpetration. They're perverting our minds, man. Who told us that a white man was coming down the chimney? A white man.
A white man. And who told us that Jesus Christ was a white man?
White man. You said you was black.
Remember on Good Times, Michael Jackson? Michael said,
With the picture.
we had the black guy. He said that was what's the name of that was the white guy. But Jesus was never. How you gonna be black and you over there? You gonna turn color? You come on, man.
You get
So
skin
everybody
cancer.
was confused, but they still rolled out with the white man. Oh no, we're that because they were so brainwashed. My grandmother, you know what I mean?
They told our children.
Oh, yeah, my father came about.
We've been conditioned.
We're the only people that gotta love everybody when everybody hates us.
Yeah. This gets deep, man. I'm hungry, man. I gotta go get something to eat, man. So let me give you my number, man. So we stay in touch, man.
Call, text my phone. My phone number's on that flyer. Text me your name on that joint.
What's your number?
Yeah, I know my number 215. I got a different number on there, but I'll give you my my business.
Knowledge every day. Knowledge.
Yeah, that's all praise.
215
617
617
3090
3097
90.
9090 3090. I'm calling you now. I'm Willie the Carpet Man. Yeah, I got one.
I got you. 484 Justin.
And I'm gonna lock you in. What's that name?
Shiraq. S-H-A-R-A-Q.
What would be my
You would have to be given. You would have to be given an email.
really from my off of my date of birth and all that, or
Just brothers getting to know you. I mean, understanding your personality, because back in the day, when our parents gave us names, it meant something. You know what I mean?
my
That
name
name
that would
meant
be
something.
given to me would be something.
Yeah, because we get to know you personally. Like this brother, his name is Ivar. That means to awaken. And he walks around talking, telling everybody. He's just waking everybody up. And
That's
it
what I
was
want to be
perfect.
waking, so I want to be a name closer like his. Because I want to go back and tell everybody, you know you a Jew.
Yeah.
You know that? You
That's
know
good.
You're not a nigger. You're not a nigger. My cousin always, my cousin is he's a black, but he calls me others niggers. Yeah, he's ignorant.
Exactly. That's what that is.
He don't even know who he is. He got money, but money is what? The root of all evil. Listen, watch this.
The love of money is something.
The love of money. All right, let me lock you. What's that name again?
Shiraq. S-H-A-R-A-Q.
S-H-R-A-R-A-Q.
S-H-A-R-A-Q. Ciroc.
Ciroc. That's what he drank. Ciroc.
Ciroc.
He laughing. That's what my cousin drank. He said, "Look, I got some Ciroc over here."
Look, because you said something, I want to show you in the Bible. Go ahead. Hosea 4:6.
Hosea 4 and verse 6. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge.
They're ignorant, right? Our people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. They don't
I
know
don't
who they
want
are.
to be ignorant no more. Right? I don't. Because I'm cleaning this. This is what I'm doing in today's world. I'm cleaning my body inside and out. I want to clean my brain, all of that. Because it's time for me to live now. I don't get all the dirt. I don't stole. I don't smoke weed. I don't drink. I don't get all of these things. So now it's time for me to learn the message that I'm supposed to learn. Because God sent me here to hear this. I came downtown to get something for my muscles, to get bulk and get nice and diesel up. Now I know these young boys got these guns and stuff. Because they're crazy. So I'm gonna stay protected best way I can. Now if I go get me one, you got one. But I don't provoke violence. But I'm gonna be protected against two. I can handle two guys, or maybe even three at my age.
But they're not fighting no more. Everybody got
They're not fighting no more.
They're 14 years old.
They stabbing you up. It's stupid shit because they don't know, man. And so if I send the message out there nicely, maybe I can help bring us back. If I can get one to listen, I get two, and then three and four, and y'all don't create another. Oh, we don't create another army over here. And that's all we need. We need somebody to help out and teach the message and pull us back together because we lost, man. We fucking, we lost.
You said you wanted to live.
Proverbs chapter 7 and verse 2. Keep my commandments and live, and my law as the apple of thine eye.
Law got to be the apple of your eye. I mean, the only way by keeping these commandments that we live. I'm gonna show you one more thing because you said we lost. Go to Matthew 15 and 24 because I'm gonna show you who the world calls Christ really came for, and his name is not Jesus.
What his name is?
The letter J is only 500 years old. It's the newest letter in the alphabet, so it's impossible for this name to be Jesus.
They created, they stole, they lied on everything. Everything.
His name is Yahweh Shai, and the God's name is Yahweh, and we can prove it. Right? Go to 15 and 24.
It got me lying and believing the lie.
Watch this, King.
Matthew chapter 15 and verse 24. But he answered and said,
Jesus answered and said what he said.
Jesus is a Negro, not a white man.
Yes, he's a black man with woolly hair. He's a Judite. Negro is just a term that we understand today. He would be called a Negro in today's world.
Why?
I mean, watch this. Bring this up.
Chapter 15 and verse 24 in Matthew. Listen, Ken. But he answered and said,
Jesus, so-called Jesus answering the same way.
I am not sent.
He's not sent.
But unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
He ain't sent to nobody but to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. We are the only people on this earth that's a lost people.
Lost people. So he sent them to us because we lost.
And that's why he put it in our spirit to come out. We don't got no collection trophy. We fear God, man. We trying to be a part of that number. You know what I mean? We know that these things are coming to pass. It's one thing to have faith. It's another thing to know. Because he said we was going to go on slavery on ships. He said we was going to serve another nation for the one of all things. And these same people was going to put iron yokes on our neck. Everything that he promised, we are witnesses to everything that he said would happen to us. And it's happening. And it's happening. So I believe that if we turn and we're turning, he said that he was going to kick. We was just reading earlier how he was going to kick them people out the land. He's going to get them people, the fake Jewish people and the so-called the Palestinians. Right? Palestine is the land of Israel. So in order for us to get back home, them people got to get out.
Get out.
That's right.
So we want our home back.
And everybody want to pray for Israel when this is God's plan. Why are we praying against God's plan? We a lost sheep.
You lost, you have to be found. Somebody had to grab you and say, come on, come
You can
this
see
way.
him today.
Come on, come this way. Come on. And y'all grab me and say, come on, come this way.
You walked past earlier. You know what I mean?
And I already knew something. I said this. He said, I already knew. My father had taught me a few things already. White man can't stick his thing in and turn nothing no color. But how strong we are, we can do that because our sperm and it's because we black. We can do a lot.
Create any shade of brown.
Right. Because we are the chosen ones. I knew that part.
Every nation of people on this earth is a people of color, except for the white man.
Except for him.
You can see his blood through his face.
He did like a pig.
Yeah, yes. Yes.
And when he eats blood, when he get wet, what he smell like?
A dog.
Hello. And I was just talking about this at the gym. I said I want to find me a snow bunny. But I was doing the wrong thing. I gonna get me a white girl, and what's gonna happen? I'm gonna start smelling her.
Yeah, you start smelling like her.
Right. And I ain't gonna even want her no more. After a couple times,
They don't shower. You know that the white man, they weren't taking a
they
shower.
gotta shower more than me and you because they don't want to get that smell. They gotta take 3 showers a day at least. We only take 1. And when we smell, we get a little funky, but our smell is not like theirs. That's a message. You smell like flesh. We don't smell like that. Our hair don't smell like that. And Joe, there's another thing. Watch this. Why are they so close to dogs?
You know they kiss on dogs. Like if you look at them, there's some kissing.
French kissing dogs. And the dog just got through fucking licking his ass and his balls, licking his dick and everything, and then he come right over there and lick you right in the motherfucking mouth. That's the nastiest thing I ever seen.
And they pluck her up, okay?
You might as well have sex with the dog. They do that. She said, "Oh, eat my scoochie." Oh yeah. Okay, stick your little thing in there, and they have a dog. The baby come out retarded, right?
That's right.
They get pregnant by a dog.
What's up, King? You know you the real Jew? You know you the real Jew? Yeah, all praise to the full side, man. We got next, man.
Might come out. When they first come out, and when their baby come out, it's gonna be like half dog and half human. You know, listen to next month. You know what I'm saying? Some of them had that.
They are that.
Okay, then they know.
Matter of fact, Reed, watch this.
Watch this right here. They said that we had 10.
15,
Yeah,
yeah, 15,
that's a lot.
we'll start at
They
21.
had
That's
10. Right. That's a good best.
You're the real Jew.
That's a good best.
So if I said someone was childish, does that mean that they're child? If I said someone was childish, does that mean that they're a child? They're acting like a child. So if they claim to be Jewish, does that mean that they're a Jew? It's not. The real Jews was in slavery in Egypt for hundreds of years building pyramids. Can the white man go to the beach? The Jewish people, can they go to the beach without sunscreen? Do you think they had sunscreen in Egypt? They didn't have sunscreen in
I'm not
Egypt.
disagreeing with you, but what I'm kind of saying, wouldn't that just mean they were black then, or brown then?
They would be your skin complexion.
Yeah, but doesn't that mean they could have been black or brown then, but lighter now? It's like thousands of years ago.
Yeah, but show me how can the Jews leave black, come back white?
3,000 years.
The diaspora, so where they got dispersed?
I would assume the Bible says they dispersed all over the world.
They dispersed all over the world. So the Bible says that they will be gathered together, all 12 tribes, and brought back to the land. When did that happen? When did it happen that all 12 tribes were gathered together and brought back into the land? Because after them being scattered, it was going to be gathered together. So when was it that all 12 tribes, the house of Israel and the house of Judah, gathered together and brought back into the land?
I'm not saying that necessarily happened.
It didn't happen yet.
I'm not saying that happened already, but I'm just saying there could be people who were their ancestors 3,000 years ago looked one way, but now their ancestors look different.
Yeah, but if you really believe it,
I believe it's. I'm. See, I got weird thoughts about that. I'm always wrestling with on like something happened in Europe, and something at some point in Europe, people's skin colors changed. I don't know when it happened. I don't know how it happened. But somehow it happened.
could it be maybe colonization? Colonization. So let's use that. Let's entertain that colonization. Let's entertain that colonization caused them to go from one skin complexion to another. Like how we were colonized, they come to your land and rape your people and things like that. So we got raped, robbed, and murdered and enslaved, right? We got colonized, exploited, right? So let's say that that's what happened in Europe. If it changed their skin color, why are we still a melanated people and we got colonized?
A whole house by myself.
I was thinking
Please, that's well.
there's one that happened for the people called the Lost Tribes.
The Lost Tribes of South
There's
Africa.
one that happened to Judea.
Yes.
So Judea comes out to be like kind of one in which the people are allowed to be themselves.
I want to hear you too, because you're educational. I want to hear you.
I would say like Judea is a kind. So I was saying there seems to be two themes that happen in the. There seems to be like two themes that happens in the Bible. There's like the northern kingdom or like the lost tribes, yeah, exactly.
That's it.
And then there's like the lower Judean kingdom, which was like from the kings anyway. So it seems like that group, which is like Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, were all
Southern Kingdom and still in the land while the Northern Kingdom left.
correct.
But
So they genetically probably stay the same, but there might have been some mixtures of the people who were pulled out because they didn't know. You know, the term lost is used. I mean, for them.
Lost because they don't know who they are, so they will be lost until the end days.
So I can see them being more impacted by colonization than the group that was actually the kingdom, and then they en masse, they probably would have left in 70 AD as a group, and that group would have maintained their more, indigenous, I ain't a bad word, but they're more indigenous skin colors.
They would still move within their tribe. So look, read that. Watch this.
21 and 24.
Count.
Luke chapter 21, verse 24. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword,
The Israelites are going to fall by the edge of the sword
and shall be led away captive into all nations.
and be led away captives. Keep going.
And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles.
So Jerusalem was going to be trodden down by Gentiles. Gentiles meaning another nation. So the real Jews was going to get rained out by the sword, scattered into all nations, and then Jerusalem was going to be occupied or inhabited by another nation of people. Keep going.
Until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled.
Until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. And we see that this revelation from Christ and through all the prophets of all nations being gathered together into the valley of Jehoshaphat, where so-called, who the world calls Christ, is going to destroy the nations with a rod of iron. It's going to be a sword in his mouth and also a flame in his mouth. You see two parallels. Whether in one prophecy is a sword, another prophecy is a flame coming out of his mouth. And all these nations will be gathered together and destroyed in this valley of judgment. Jehoshaphat means the judgment. So go to Micah 4:10. Because what you said is actually in the Bible. Micah would be in the last.
I just want to be clear. I don't disagree with anything you just read.
I want to prove it with the biblical prophecy. You know what I mean? Because we know the history and the archaeological evidence to prove the history. You know what I mean? Micah 4:10. My bad, it's a new Bible, so them things kind of stuck together. He had to get a new one. His other one was falling apart.
Micah,
Micah.
Micah 4 and verse 10. Be in pain and labor to bring forth, O daughter of Zion, like a woman in travail. For now shalt thou go forth out of the city,
That's 70 AD. The Jews left out the city. Keep going.
and thou shalt dwell in the field,
They went to the western shores of Africa.
and thou shalt go even to Babylon.
From the western shores of Africa, this is Babylon. This is the border of Babylon, the spiritual Egypt, the spiritual Sodom and Gomorrah. Right? I love you, King. All praise. It was a beautiful conversation, King. Right? So we left 70 AD, western shores of Africa, over here to Babylon, the land of confusion, being America. Keep going.
There shalt thou be delivered.
In the land of in this Babylon, because there's an ancient Babylon, but we never got delivered. The Persians, Darius took from Salmanassar, took the rulership, just assassinated him into rulership. There was never no big war. So here we're going to get delivered out of this Babylon.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't Darius the Persian?
Persian,
Yeah.
which would be Iran.
Since the Babylonian kingdom, I think in the Book of Chronicles you learn that never dissipates.
Yeah, because the Israelites was promised the land from the Nile to the Euphrates. So that would be a part of it. You know what I mean? We can't, that land can't get destroyed because we're going to actually be in that, own that land. Keep going.
Understood it. You were reading.
There the Lord shall redeem thee from the hand of thine enemies.
So out of this place, you're going to get redeemed out of the hand of our enemies. So let me get
Out of this place, meaning this with the new Babylon.
out of this new
I just
Babylon.
made that up. Is that a word? New Babylon? I don't want to mess that
Oh,
up.
that daughter of Babylon, it is. Because the Chaldeans had to do with the
Oh, it's a
Babylonians.
new Babylon. You say, no, brother, there is no new Babylon.
This is the daughter of Babylon, the virgin daughter of Babylon. Why do they call it the virgin daughter of Babylon? Because America never got touched. Yeah, we can say Pearl Harbor, but that's something he got kissed by with Pearl Harbor.
Totally understand what you're saying.
Zechariah 9:6.
You said Zechariah 9:6. Okay.
Like Amos, Zechariah, Micah, Malachi, these are all end time prophecies. This is all.
Zechariah 9 and verse 6. And the bastard shall dwell in Ashdod.
So Asher is an illegitimate child, a person that's not really a child. Ashdod is in the land of Israel.
Yeah, see, that's the one I didn't know. Ashdod is in the land of Israel.
Like if you look up, I'll show you. Ashdod graphical.
Ashdod.
Right.
Ashdod.
If you look at the images,
Man of
this is the land of Israel.
yeah.
As soon as I looked it up, Ashdod geographical location, it's all Philistine.
It's all good. I just needed to basically know it was Israel versus here.
Here's a, that's Ashdod.
Oh, okay.
A bastard was
Go back.
12.
Load up again. Just want to get a relative.
Ashdod, Ascalon, Gaza.
Oh,
These
yeah.
are all Philistine. But the Philistine land is the land of Israel.
Yep. That's
Right. And during the Muslim conquest, this is how they ended up into the land of Israel.
Yep. Absolutely.
Read that again.
And a bastard shall dwell in Ashdod, and I will cut off the pride of the Philistines.
Right. And this is happening right now. The Philistines and Israel's going to war right now. Right? Now go to Jeremiah 3:18. Because why is that? If these people are serving God, like the Muslims and the Jewish people, they both serve the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But the God of Israel is the God of Israel, not the God of Ishmael, and not the God of a Jew that claims to be a Jew and is not. You know what I mean? So why aren't they being protected? It's because in order for us to go back to the land, these people have to get out, and we in the last days. And salvation is very near. We see it say to understand the times that we in, be a watchman. You know what I mean? And understanding these times, it's about to be famine. It's about to be a famine of the word, a famine of food. It's about to be race wars. It's about to be World War III. And Christ said, you're going to hear wars and rumors of wars, but the end shall not come yet. Right? So we've heard of these rumors, but this is past rumors now. Right? We're in the middle of all nations are gathering together to fight against each other. Right? So bring that up.
Jeremiah chapter 3, verse 18. In those days, the house of Judah shall walk with the house of Israel.
So the house of Israel will be the 10 lost tribes. The house of Judah will be the southern kingdom, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. They're going to walk together. Keep going.
And they shall come together out of the land of the north.
This land of the north is the land of Arshareth, this land of Babylon, where we're going to walk together because you went from 70 AD.
It's literally called North America.
Yep, exactly. So you went from 70 AD, got kicked out to Western Shores, over here to Babylon, where we're walking together now. Right, the lost 10 tribes of Israel went to Arshareth. When you look at the journal of Christopher Columbus, he called the land of America the land of Arshareth. He brought Louis Torres, who was a Hebrew interpreter. He brought him over there. And when you look at Puerto Rico, they found 800 Hebrew artifacts in the valley of Puerto Rico. What is Hebrew artifacts doing over there? Before they called Puerto Rico, the land was called Borican. Borican is a Hebrew word. Taino, which the people were called before they were called Puerto Ricans. When you look at the person named Tahan, right, we believe that we come from this person. Through prophecy, history, and archaeology, through the curses of this Bible that's promised to be on the children of Israel, to be a sign to let you know who the children of Israel are, we can prove that we are the only people that fit these curses. And we're not only in America, we're scattered amongst all nations as to the four corners of the wind, like it's promised. But the house of Israel and the house of Judah, the majority of us is going to be here in the land of the north, walking together. And then we're going to, Lord willing, we be the men. There's going to be the elect, the ones who get saved, 144,000. That's going to go to every nation and gather our people that's scattered. And they're going to be brought to the wilderness with so-called Jesus Christ so that we can go to the land.
Say that again, the wilderness of Jesus Christ.
We're going to go to the wilderness with so-called Jesus Christ. I say so-called because that's not his name. The letter J is only 500 years old. So that can't be his name. You know, his name, we believe to be Yahweh Shai, according to the ancient Paleo-Hebrew. We study the Paleo-Hebrew. So with these Hebrew characters that we see Christ's name to be, or God's name to be, God's name would be Yahweh, not Yahuwah, because there was no vowels in the ancient Paleo-Hebrew. And Yahweh and Yahweh Shai. Right? So keep reading on it. Read
Take the land in the top. In those days, the house of Judah shall walk with the house of Israel, and they shall come together out of the land of the north to the land that I have given for an inheritance unto your fathers.
Right, so we're going to come out of the land of the north back into the land that was given as an inheritance to our fathers. So until all 12 tribes are together, right, there ain't going to be nobody in that. We won't be in the land. The Jews won't be in the land by themselves.
Together. Like if I glance at the chart, it sounded like a lot of what you were talking about was the tribe of Ephraim, but I might have messed that up.
Right. Yeah, we believe that to be the so-called Puerto Ricans.
Yeah. So that's what we're saying. Taino, Boricua. I always associate with Puerto Rican. That's why I said Ephraim. But is that still happening if they're in Puerto Rico? They're in the Dominican Republic. I think you said
Mexico, Cuba.
Oh, Haiti's an easy one. That if they're in their lands, is that together as long as we're in the same hemisphere, or do we have to literally come to America and be together in America?
We're going to be oppressed together.
Is it literally the people in those lands, or is it the people in those lands that actually come here to America?
The message of the North, which would be America, is that we're going to get delivered out of America, because America is going to turn into a lake of fire. America is going to get thermonuclear destruction. So, in order for us to escape the second death,
Go from being a completely untouched Babylon to being the most touched.
Yeah, that's it. Or it's only going to be the olives and the food juice.
That's right. But the tribes have to come here. But the tribes have to come here first. But are the people in those lands in the tribes, or are the people in those lands who come here before the nuclear destruction?
So it's still America. Like South America is still America. You know what I mean? But
Okay.
so you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
keep the commandments and have faith in so-called Jesus Christ. Yahweh Shai are going to be the ones to get delivered. The Bible prophesies that only 1/3 of the people is going to get saved.
What's the if you keep the commandments, what's the point in the faith in the you say Yahweh Shai?
Yes.
In Yahweh. I don't mean to offend anybody if I mess up any of your pronunciation or anything like
We're
that.
building together. So
Yeah.
I don't expect it.
Yeah. Because when I examine Hebrew in full transparency, I pronounce it with an ancient dialect, but so not Yiddish. So I pronounce it with an ancient dialect, but it's not your dialect. So if I try and say yours, I'm sure I'm going to trip up something.
That's fine. We love you, man. There's no offense taken over here.
Okay. Because if I try and figure out yours, I sometimes will trip up because when you say Yahweh Shai, mine would be Yeshua like that, and it shows that your ayin becomes an I, and you use a what I would call a patach, which is like the ancient ah sound or all sound for each one of the consonants. So I would go Yahweh Shai like that, but I think it sounds very similar what you just said. So, but I don't want to offend anybody. Yeah, it's a different time.
Speak a different Spanish than the Mexicans, but where it's still Spanish. You know what I mean?
Yes, but like I'll give you a classic example. I say Lewi. I think you probably say Lava. What?
Levi. The biblical Levites.
Okay. And see, I say Lewi because the V sound in English needs, like, you need to put something together with your teeth and your lip. And ours is like more, it's like building block letters versus like more complex letters. I'm not saying one is wrong and one is right. It's just that, like, that's just an example. So if I fall into that, I'm not trying to offend you. That's
like Levi is just a transliteration, though. Like Ephraim is a transliteration. That would be Paleo would be a Parian, right? Judah would be Judah.
You say Ephraim for
Hawatah, Salah.
yeah,
Judah would be Hawatah.
yeah, and we say Yehuda.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Okay, yeah. So, but you were saying something. You were reading something. Yeah.
Zechariah chapter 2 and verse 6. Ho, come forth and flee from the land of the north, saith the Lord. For I have spread you abroad as the four winds of the heavens, saith the Lord. Deliver thyself, O Zion,
Deliver ourselves, the Israelites, right?
that dwellest with the daughter of Babylon.
So we got to deliver ourselves, those the Israelites dwelling with the daughter of Babylon. Right, so let's go to Jeremiah 3 and 18. We just read that, Jeremiah 50 and 33.
Where's the territory of Babylon?
The territory of Babylon will be Iraq, Iran. Right.
I'm listening.
All praise to the Most High.
All praises. I'm listening.
Jeremiah 50 verse 33. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the children of Israel and the children of Judah were oppressed together.
The only time we're going to see the children of Israel and the children of Judah oppressed together was in the land of Egypt. When they came out of Egypt, they went into with Joshua. Joshua destroyed, and then we were together. After that, we got separated. Solomon committed adultery, and Solomon was building temples for his heathen woman, for the other gods, which with his son Rehoboam caused a split between the northern and southern kingdom. The southern kingdom went to Babylonian captivity after the northern kingdom went to the Assyrian captivity. Right? So we wasn't oppressed together until right now.
And all of that took them captives, held them fast. They refused to let them go.
So they say that we're free. We're not slaves no more, but they never gave you your last name. Like, you still have your slave master's last name, you still have your slave master's language. And they don't want to give us back to where we came from. They're not going to give us everything they stole. We are the biggest consumers on the earth. I mean, so why are they going to let us go? Right? We work for minimum wage. They're not going to find no other nation of people to do the job that nobody wants to do. Right?
Hold on, let me check the chart.
Right? The Mexicans, they doing it. Yeah.
I'm making sure that Mexicans on that chart.
The Mexicans will be, the Mexicans
Who
will
are
be,
Mexicans, by the way?
they're Issachar.
Right?
Right?
As you said, I'm listening, but I wasn't going to go unless you have Mexicans.
When you look at Albuquerque, New Mexico, they have an 8-ton boulder that has the paleo, the 10 Commandments written in Paleo Hebrew.
Where's that?
Albuquerque, New Mexico. It's called the Los Lunas Stone,
Oh, wow.
or the Decalogue. We call it the Decalogue Stone as well.
the first, come with.
You guys, I'm assuming,
Out of the first, come with.
All praise to the Most High.
I've just been assuming you said commandments a few times. When you say commandments, you just use Decalogue as example. You mean all the commandments,
All
right?
the commandments. Now, we don't have a temple to do any sacrifices.
No sacrifice.
Right, and when we seen every time our people was in captivity, the Most High sent prophets like Ezekiel or Isaiah to tell the people to turn from their ways. We didn't go out there and stone the people for not keeping the Sabbath and things like that. We had to go out there and tell them to repent. Repentance has always been a thing. Mercy and grace been since the Most High gave us the law, statutes, and commandments. And it's a part of the covenant is a contract. If you listen to me, you're going to be blessed. If you don't listen to me, you're going to be cursed. So we're listening.
What'd you say?
You got the picture of the real story.
That's so they have people trying to say it's debunked, but there is no. That's in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
So I should realize, right? There's
You are.
so there's the these are terms I don't want to offend you with these terms, but there's this thing called the Assyrian script, right? In which we say Ivrit is written, right? But then there's like what we call Da'ats. Some people say Paleo Hebrew script, right? Da'ats. And that looked like that was in Paleo Hebrew script. So, like, that was deep.
That's deep,
But I
right?
just saw it. That's pretty deep.
When you look at the Aramaic language,
Because you understand that made it more legitimate. If it had been in Hebrew, he kind of would have questioned it. Because it was like, they wouldn't have written it in the Assyrian, square curse, that's a pretty
that's we turn from our traditions. That's our traditions.
we got people here building us, knowledge. We'd rather ride motorcycles. But that was a nice little pack, though. Right? But still, if we had, what'd you say? Oh, I didn't say there was anything wrong with it. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm saying that we had that kind of level of enthusiasm for like growth and learning and building within our communities. I'm just saying that would be awesome as well.
You don't know who we are, where we came from. You could, like, our people call themselves Black, African American, Afro American, Negro, colored. These are all terms that was put on us by another nation of people. And we're destroyed because of lack of knowledge. We don't really know where we come from, where we at, or where we're going. So if we apply ourselves to understanding who we are, the same way we are applying ourselves to these traditions, and customs that we live today, then we would be in a better place. We would love each other because we hate each other ourselves. That's why we hate all these people. Because the nation of people taught us to hate ourselves. No, he good. All right, so bring out that again. Go to 1533. Read it all over.
Jeremiah 50, verse 33. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the children of Israel and the children of Judah were oppressed together, and all of that took them captives, held them fast. They refused to let them go. Their Redeemer is strong. The Lord of hosts is his name.
So the Most High is going to redeem us from these places that he scattered us in, the places that we're oppressed. Keep going.
He shall thoroughly plead their cause, that he may give rest to the land and disquiet the inhabitants of Babylon.
So he can give rest to the land of Israel, and Israel been desolate. There's no, you can't even grow crops over there. You know what I mean? And Babylon is going to be desolate. This place is going to be desolate. So in order for us to get back into that land, the current inhabitants of that land has to get out of that land. And what we see is we in the end times, and we see our people rising up, keeping these laws, statutes, and commandments, coming out here washing their hands by letting our people know their sins to turn back to the Most High. And he's just waiting for 144,000.
You said something about washing hands.
Because Ezekiel prophesies that we have to come out here and wash our hands. He said the sinner's going to die in their sin, but if you don't warn them, then I'm going to hold you accountable. So we have to come out here and warn our people that the reason why our children is getting shot with straight bullets, our men and our children is still in the prison houses, while our woman is out here dressing the way they dress and he's selling themselves for nothing. You know what I mean? The reason this is happening is because of the curses that the Most High put upon us. And in order to get out of this, we have to come back to the law, statutes, and commandments. In order for us to get delivered. Let me get Revelation 22 and 14.
So I have a general question.
Yes.
It sounds like
Shalom, King.
it sounds like the message is that if the people of God will return to the commandments of God and tell the rest of their people to do the same, as the warnings possibly repeat, wash their hands of it, and repent from their own sins, then they will, I don't know, you correct me on this, they will receive the kingdom. What I'm missing is, I'm missing the need for lack of I'm missing the need for Yahushua.
So there's no temple here. So in order for us to be cleansed for our sins, we need a sacrifice. So Yahushua is the sacrifice. It's like you don't condone to the New Testament.
It's not that I don't condone to the New Testament. It's that I don't make stakes in things that I don't have a stake in something, like I don't make an opinion or a conclusion on something that I don't feel whether or not it's necessary. So I feel as though there have been times in the history of Israel when the people have been very hypocritical and have not followed the commandments of God. And I feel as though that the teachings in the New Testament teach that Yahushua came and basically said to the people of the time, you need to follow the commandments of God and return to the commandments of God, but unless your righteousness exceeds the righteousness of the people around here who are hypocrites, you will no wise enter the kingdom. But his message was, you need to stop being hypocrites, and you need to be true. You need to repent. You need to go back to like following the law, statutes, and the commandments of the Most High. And the elements in which it talks about, that later come with Paul. I'm not saying that Paul's evil or anything, but the sections that come later with Paul about, if you say with your mouth, your mouth, Jesus or whatever, you'll be forgiven for your sins. I feel as though that there is I don't want to say a contradiction. I want to say I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it like Peter. I would say that in those epistles of Paul, there's some complexity, and not everybody can follow through the complexity, and it leads to lots of division. And I'm saying, like, if it's really just about the commandments of the Most High, and Yahweh Shai is bringing people back to those commandments. Like, I'm not saying his sacrifice. I'm not saying his sacrifice. I'm not opining on his sacrifice on the cross. I'm not opining on resurrection. It's like those. It's like certain people need to have those levels of understanding in order to actually get to repentance. But I'm not. You understand what I'm saying? It's not. I don't have a like. I'm not going to put a stake in the sand and say something like Yahushua didn't exist, or like Yahushua didn't die, or Yahushua wasn't raised from the. I don't feel as though those elements are necessary in the concept of repenting for one's sins, and no one can deny the fact that the majority of the world is even having these conversations because of the life, death, and ministry of Yahushua. Most of the world is not learning from from Moses. It's not Moses specifically. The whole world has emphasized a history, a story that's based off of Yahushua. So I would be a fool to kind of have a need to go against that, and that's why I don't. Does that make sense?
At least without having evidence. You know
At least
what I
without
mean?
having evidence. I mean, I'd just be a fool. You know what I mean? If I was to do that. So I don't do that. But I'm saying it's really evident to me in the scriptures that that Israel's supposed to follow the commandments of God. It's like you know what I mean. And if you're not doing it, you got no excuse to not do all of them. And if you're not doing them, you need to repent and do them. It seems like to me that that message is loud and clear. If I read with the right of Yahushua and with what's quoted red letter of him in Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, sound like he's saying exactly what I just said. So, and the prophets definitely are saying the same thing. So I don't, as long as I'm not out of order, I don't want to ever be out of order in what I'm saying. It's just that sometimes there are conversations when people go down avenues with Paul that I can't walk down that alley completely with him. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying he's right or wrong. I'm just humble enough to know to say, like Peter describes, I might not understand all the complexity of what's in his writings.
So the Gentiles, I know the difference between the two strangers in the Old Testament. You got strangers and sojourners that were Israelites that were far from the land. You got strangers who were actual non-Israelites. Right? You got a stranger that can't keep the Passover.
But in full disclosure, I can't. You can't say it to a non. You can't say it to someone. You cannot say that to someone who's not of Israel, and them ever to hear that.
It's in the Bible. So,
it totally is.
Yeah, so,
and I totally agree that it's really clear. It's a reason why it says there is no Jew nor Greek. It never says there's no Jew or Gentile. That was Martin Luther King. A lot of people get confused. It's a reason specifically the word Greek is used there, because that Septuagint dropped in Hellenistic Jews and who forsaked everything. That's what they're talking about. It's so clear that that's true. But you can't. But they done use the word Gentile in such a way.
It's like strangers. These people have been estranged to the law. They became Gentiles by following idols.
Yes.
Right. So when he emphasizes faith, the people of the land were keeping the law. So what they didn't have was faith in Christ, who the world calls Christ. So even though you kept the law, you wasn't keeping faith. So just because you're keeping the law doesn't justify. Because with faith and works, like how Abraham, he had faith and works, which made his faith perfect. Yes. Right. So we can, in order for us to understand the faith of Christ, then we have to see him in the Old Testament. Right. So read Daniel 9 and 24.
Daniel 9?
Daniel 9 and 24.
I don't know the Bible to the level that you guys do, but is that prophecies of the end times, the different kingdoms.
Daniel actually prophesied every kingdom that was going to come into rulership until the end times.
Yep.
He prophesied the Babylonians, the Persian Medes, the Greeks, the Romans, and then this daughter of Babylon, these 10 horns or these 10 toes. And these 10 horns and 10 toes, the European Economic Community, that when the Romans came out of the Renaissance, that they went and they took over Spain, they took over Greek, they took over France, which gave them this European Economic Union, which created the national, which created NATO.
So this is a part of it. So this is part of that question that we were talking about earlier, because at some point, like at some point, those communities were brown and black communities.
But it became white through Alexander the Great. When Alexander the Great came into power,
So you and Alexander the Great, that's when the great shift occurs.
that's when the so-called white nation took over the known world. Right through Alexander the Great, he went and took over everything. And then when the Romans came into power, they went and made everybody join their army. You can find this in the Maccabees.
It starts with Alexander the Great. Okay.
Which they took people out of the land and they replaced the people into the land. So during the Dark Ages, you had so-called black kings in Spain. You had black kings in Europe. In the Dark Ages, King James was a so-called black man. He wasn't a white man. He was a king in Spain.
1611.
Yes. Okay. We actually have sources and documents to prove that. So
That's not a type of thing that I'd be in contention with, because I know that's why they called it the Dark Ages. It was a reason. It was when the Moors, which, North Africa, Arab culture, but also Hebrew culture, they never made a distinction who was who, though, in the writings, but it happened. It's like the known historical. A lot of people just don't know that, but I do. So the fact that the monarchy that starts it out, and the fact that all the ruling groups are now really from Germany, like I think the name of the Windsors is really like, I don't know, you guys probably know better, but it's like Gotha, you know what I mean? It's like they have a different name. It's not really Windsor. They named their names after after themselves and locations that were there.
Like
And
Russia was Magog.
yeah,
I mean, but now they call it Russia.
yeah.
Moscow was Meshach, but now they call it.
I didn't know
Now they
these.
call it
I didn't
Moscow.
know these.
So if you look at the geographical location of the biblical location, and you look at the map now, you can put it to see where
You
these.
said Russia was God.
Russia is Magog.
Thank God. Do you know who God is?
Gog is right next to what Russia. It's right in the same. It's in
Oh,
Russia.
really? I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all.
But let's show this. Yeah, let's show this. Deuteronomy 9 and 24.
Daniel
Daniel.
9 and verse 24. 70 weeks are determined upon thy people and upon thy holy city.
So some people believe this we was in captivity for 70 years in Babylon. So people conflate the 70 weeks with the 70 years. But we can prove that with prophecy, one day can mean a year. Right? When he's dealing with Ezekiel, he was going to be there for lay on this side for 340 days, lay on this side for like 60 days, and this is going to be a prophecy of 410 years or something like that. It was something. I'm paraphrasing.
I know what you're talking about.
Right.
It's a prophecy that's going to be on the side for like one period of time, and that period of time ends up being 400 years, but then there's another 40 weeks or something like that. And then you add it up, you get 440.
Yeah,
And if you do the math,
exactly.
that'd be like, I don't know. If you go backwards from the crossing, the establishment of the Civil Rights Bill, let's say, which is like, what is that? Is that 1967 or something? If you go back 440 years, you get like 1619. That's when they say they started slavery in the U.S. So if that's where you're going to, that you just made a great point there.
But this 40 weeks. So there's 7 days in a week.
7 days
Right,
in a week,
so that's so 40 times 7. No, this 70 weeks right here. So 70 times 7 will be 490. So this is a 490 year prophecy.
490
And
years.
this is on point, right? Go ahead, read it.
To finish the transgression and to make an end of sins.
Like we see the new covenant even in Jeremiah. Jeremiah 33 and 33, I believe, is the new covenant where we're not going to sin anymore, right? So there's going to be a purchase because just like out with Abraham, the covenant was made with Abraham, but it wasn't implemented until Moses established it with the Israelites. So the covenant was given to Abraham, but 400 years later, it wasn't implemented. So the purchase of this new covenant is for the end of the sins, right? Keep going.
And to make reconciliation for iniquity,
Right.
and to bring in everlasting righteousness, and to seal up the vision and prophecy, and to anoint the most holy.
Right. So this is the purchase of the new covenant. You want?
Know therefore and understand that from the going forth of the commandment to restore and to build Jerusalem.
So there was a commandment to build Jerusalem. When we look at Cyrus or one Cyrus, he said to rebuild the temple. He was given materials to only build the temple. Artaxerxes gave Ezra and Nehemiah the materials to rebuild the city gates and the streets and the homes. So from the time to rebuild Jerusalem, that was done with Artaxerxes. This is around 450 BC, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Keep going.
To restore and build Jerusalem unto the Messiah.
To the Messiah. So from the command to build Jerusalem unto the Messiah,
the prince shall be 7 weeks.
7 weeks.
And 62 weeks.
Right, so that's 7 weeks and 62 weeks. That's like 62. So let me see. I want to give you on point prophecy.
I think he was basically trying to say that if you add those years up, you're going to get to the year in which
we're going to get to we're going to get to the ministries of Christ. It's going to bring us to around 33 AD when Christ around that time started his ministry.
Okay.
Right? Keep going.
The street shall be built again, and the wall even in troublous times.
Keep going.
And after 62 weeks shall Messiah be cut off.
So the Messiah was going to die. Keep going.
But not for himself.
He wasn't going to die for himself.
And the people of the prince that shall come shall destroy the city.
The Romans, Titus Vespasian.
And the sanctuary.
The temple.
And the end thereof shall be with a flood. And unto the end of the war, desolations are determined. And he shall confirm the covenant with many for 1 week.
So it was 62 weeks, and that's like 62 weeks, and in 7 weeks, that's 69. It was 1 more week after that, so it lends us in a week, right? But this 1 week, when we look at the Jewish-Roman wars, this is from 66 AD to 73 AD. This was a 7-year war, right? Keep going.
And in the midst of the week,
right, in the midst of 66 to 73 to 70 AD, keep going.
He shall cause the sacrifice and the oblation to cease.
Right, this prince was going to cause the ceasing of sacrifices. Keep going.
And for the overspreading of abominations, he shall make it desolate,
right, even
until the consummation, and that determined shall be poured upon the desolate.
So now let's go to Jeremiah 53 and 7, I think. I think it's Jeremiah 53 and 7. I just had it. I pulled it up to see it. It's 53 and 5. Isaiah 53.
Isaiah 53 and verse 5. But he was wounded for our transgressions. He was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed.
His stripes we are healed. This is talking about the Messiah. This is future prophecy. Nobody. Isaiah 53. It's 7, so you can read the
verse 5.
You can read the chapter. But now go to Daniel 7. Because the Bible prophesies the Messiah. The Bible prophesies Christ. So Daniel 7 shows us. Daniel 9 shows us the timeline when the Messiah will start his ministries, and that he will die. Right. This death, this sacrifice, would be the purchase of this new covenant. Daniel 7. Started. All right, King Shalom.
King Shalom.
Let's see. Start at verse 12.
Daniel 7 and verse 12. As concerning the rest of the beasts,
East was the ruling kings that he would see. It was the Babylonians, the Persian Medes, the Greeks, the Romans, and then this 10 horns that he saw. So after these kingdoms, right?
they had their dominion taken away, yet their lives were prolonged for a season and time. I saw in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with clouds of heaven, and came to the Ancient of
So
Days.
the Son of Man came from the clouds and went to the Ancient of Days, to the Most High God. Right? He died and went to the Most High. Keep going.
And they brought him there before him, and there was given him dominion
And Christ, well, the Son of Man was given dominion over the nations.
and glory and a kingdom that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed.
So the Old Testament prophesied that the Messiah will be cut off. If that didn't happen, if that's not true, then we're still waiting for this to happen. We're still waiting for the Messiah to come and to die for the sins of his people. Right? But that already happened. We in the times where he about to come back. You know what I mean? I think I got something else to nail that in the coffee. Let's see. Let me get.
Can I ask you a related question?
Yes.
So the related question is this. Yahushua dies. I don't want to say this. Yahushua dies. And Yahushua dies. I'm assuming you're saying, I don't know, you're going to know the date better than me. Somewhere between 33 and 36 AD.
Yes. 30, 36. You said it's 30 and 36.
Okay. Somewhere between 30 and 36 AD. Temple gets destroyed during the Jewish, you said the Jewish-Roman War, 70 AD. So, how could the writings, how could any writings that says that Yahushua is a sacrifice for sins be accurate if from Yahushua's death to the destruction of the temple, people would have still been making sacrifices?
Yeah, so that's why they separated. Just like how we said the 340 and then the 40, which gave us 400. It was like it gave us that. So it gave us a 7 and 3 score and 2, and then it was a 7 and 3 after that. So it shows that there was going to be a separation between time.
Yes. But see, but my question is kind of like, it sounds like a lot of, it sounds like a lot of what we're talking about rests on the fact of whether it rests on the fact of whether is it okay if I use the word divine? A lot of what we're talking about seems to rest on the fact of whether or not the divine forgives, like can forgive people who sincerely repent. If that process requires a sacrifice or not, and it I think it rests on that because it feels to me that like I'm having an understanding of the scriptures. You can educate me, but I'm having an understanding of the scriptures that knowing that you're doing something wrong and repenting from the thing that you're doing wrong, one can get the forgiveness of the divine. Now, I'm not saying something crazy. I'm not saying you could be a murderer and you do some sort of, hey, I'll never murder again, and that blood is not on your hands. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying there are different areas and different levels of sins. And just there are sins like
Breaking the Sabbath,
what'd you say?
like breaking the Sabbath, and
I think breaking the Sabbath is a big one though. It's a big one. I don't think that wouldn't be about little. That wouldn't be about my little ones. You know,
freedom or the working of balloon, then that would probably be a least of a commandment. One would call.
yes.
100% fabric, that'd be a least of a commandment.
But I think you might still have to do that one. You know what I mean? You might still have to do that one.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Why is it there for us to remember the commandments?
Yeah, what'd you say?
The reason that it's there for us to remember the commandments.
Yes,
the reason
exactly.
we have our fringes is to remember the
All
commandments.
the commandments of the divine.
And our hands having to be exactly where our fringes will be hanging.
Exactly. And so like so the whole thing is like, well, use that as an example. Use that one as an example. Or marring the sides. Nah, that one seems to be a big one too. We'll do the one. I'll pick the one you picked as a light one. Because some argue that if you don't wear a four-cornered garment, you don't have to wear fringes if your garment doesn't have like actual four corners. But if it's four-cornered, so that let's use that one as an example.
So what you're saying is like we don't have. Let's say we don't keep that command.
Yes.
Right? We don't have a sacrifice. So that what we're saying is that is exactly why we needed Christ, so that we can be relieved from the damnation of the law. The damnation of the law being that we have to get stoned, because now we know, now we repented. So now that we understand the law and we break it, right? What he's saying, he said, if you know and you break it, there is no forgiveness of sin, because now you have.
Agreed. But what I'm saying is you become aware of it. Like you're just walking around. You got your culture, your history, everything taken away from you, and you pick up a Bible and you read. You're supposed to have fringes in your four corners. So you like all of a sudden you ask for forgiveness, and then you start wearing the fringes. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is repentance. I'm saying like where I'm feeling the disconnect might be is like I feel as though I can get that repentance, start following the commandments of God.
What happens if you put your fringes?
Well, I can't forget that. You know?
But we do, right? We keep a lunar Sabbath.
Okay.
Right, the lunar Sabbath is predicated upon the moon. We believe that the new moon is the first day of the month. Right, today we follow a Gregorian calendar. The Gregorian calendar, January and February, got added to the 7-month calendar. So to say that the Friday, Saturday,
You said July. You said July.
January and February,
January, February.
January and
Not
February.
July and August.
As far as
Augustus Caesar.
yeah, but as far let's just say,
No, I get what you're doing. And I agree with you. Julius Caesar and Augustus Caesar were added to the calendar, and that calendar by the Church of Rome, because it's their calendar, became the Gregorian calendar. But then they added, when they tried to align the calendar when it was off 11 days, solar, they adjusted it, and then they added Janus, that demon god. I don't know where February came from, to be honest. But yeah, I'm with you. I missed you for a second there, but I realized you're talking Gregorian, July, August. It was already in Gregorian. Yep.
So they change the times and the seasons. So to say that this Friday, Saturday is a true day, is a true seventh day, right?
Yep.
How can we say that if we can agree that the times and the seasons have been corrected, have been changed? So, and the Bible also prophesies that the times and the seasons will be changed in Daniel. So, did God give us a calendar to follow?
Well, a French point. You're talking about Frenches. A French point.
Well, I'm using the Sabbath to show you how we can mess up.
No, I agree with you. Real quick, just handle it real quick, move on. Oh, no. At this point that I'm about to ask. Real quick question. I know it's a real quick question. Does that mean that you then, for the difference between Pesach and Shavuot, would you do 7 weeks off the lunar calendar and then add 50 days at the end of that 7 weeks? Or do you go directly 50 days from the Pesach?
All right, so from that, it's 7 weeks, which would be 49 days, and then it's 50 days after that. So it shows that it's not a complete number, right? 7 Sabbaths, right? It says so. If it was a true 49, it could have just said 49, right? But it shows a difference between a seven Sabbaths and then a 50 day. You know what I mean? Which predicated upon the new moon, right? Because the new moon became by itself, right? So that's considered a Sabbath. And according to the Bible, the new moon will be the first day of the month, right? So by that right there, that was the Feast of First Fruits, and what else?
The Feast of Weeks.
The Tabernacles, right?
No, that's Sukkot. Not Tabernacles. Feast of Weeks, like right after Passover. You might call it Pentecost.
Okay, it's Passover. We call it Passover.
Okay.
So from the Passover is 7 Sabbaths, and then after the 7th Sabbath, you add 50 more days.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So just by them showing a difference between an exact amount of numbers, if we went by exact amount of Sabbaths, it would be 49 days, and it would have just said 99 days.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But it doesn't say that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like when you look at the Day of Atonement, right? Yom Kippur, we call it Yom Kippur. So when you look,
we call it Kippur, but they go the thing and they'll get it. But yeah.
right, so when you look at that you gotta set the Sabbath day, right? The Sabbath is done on the 10th day. On the 9th day, you keep the Day of Atonement, and on the 10th day, you keep the Sabbath. But if we went by every 7 days, it'd be the first day is a Sabbath, and then the 8th day is Sabbath. But it shows that there's an offset, right? The Most High there's an offset between the days. You know what I mean?
Oh, I agree. The thing is, the way you're structuring it, you get around what's called, if you don't structure it that way, you get around what's called the manna problem. Because we would receive the manna for like a double portion right before the Shabbat. But we was in the wilderness for like 40 years, right? So what would happen? There was still a Kippur, there was still a Sukkot, but using your Kippur example, how would you get enough manna on the Shabbat to handle the 10th day? It'd be weird. You'd have to get like 4 at the same time, unless you was fasting and then you didn't have any food, because it doesn't give you on Kippur, I will give you an extra one. You know what I mean? It's just, so I get what you're saying. So yeah.
So like I said, we keep the lunar, and the day it changed. So according to the week that we understand it, we'll be following. So ours right now is Friday, Saturday, because the new moon was just Friday night, right? But next month it'll probably be Saturday night and Sunday. We'll be keeping our Sabbath. So since it changes, sometimes we might forget. You know what I mean? It might just happen to where it changed, and you just made a schedule. You schedule something.
Are you doing like 2 or 3 witnesses on the moon, or how do you do the moon? Are you calculating the moon by 2 or 3 witnesses, like, oh yeah, it's a new moon, and then everyone counts, or are you going by, you collectively as a community have developed a calendar?
Precept upon precept, we can prove that according to the moon is the feast. The moon determines the feast according to Leviticus.
Well, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying that there historically is a witness to that moon.
We watch it, so you can look it up on your phone. All the new moons that's coming up.
It's just technology.
Yeah,
not like
allows you.
Somebody had to ride on a horse. I'm not trying to figure out if you guys are like riding on a horse, looking on mountains, looking at the sky. I don't know. I'm trying to learn.
So we can go in and get the whole year. We can see the whole year of new moons, and we can schedule it.
That makes sense. Technology is different now. There's satellites. You can easily do that without the horseback.
And we can take our year schedule of our Sabbaths and present it to our jobs and be like, I need these days off.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed that you have a rotating Shabbat Sabbath, and that the jobs you present it and you tell them I'm gonna be off this day and that day, whatever. The other benefit you have is you never have any conflicts. If you would correct me, but you never have any conflicts between the Shabbat and any of the feast days. Like you could never have a situation. You'll find in rabbinic Judaism, there's a lot of times in which there's a conflict with the Sabbath occurring on Passover. What do you do then? But it sounds like because of the way you structured it, that could never happen. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yes.
I had a thought in my mind. You were saying it kind of left, but yeah.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
And
Have you always been doing the lunar Sabbath?
yeah, as far as me, and as far as like the brothers that come around, as far as
I gotta be honest, like, from time to time in my life, I walk around, I might hear you guys a little bit or whatever. I've never heard anybody say lunar Sabbath before. It's very
we're probably one of 3 organizations. I'm gonna call this an organization. I mean, one of 3 organizations that actually keep a lunar Sabbath, as far as I'm aware of. You know what I mean? There might be other smaller congregations in other cities, but as far as big congregations that are well known, we're about one of 3 that keep a lunar Sabbath that we know of. But everyone else, they keep a Friday, Saturday, and we're rehearsing the righteous acts. So we respect anyone that's striving to keep the law, statutes, and commandments as perfect as they can. You know what I mean? So we're not out here attacking any Friday, Saturday, Sabbath. But as far as the way we understand it, the way we see the Bible teaching us, is to keep it according to the moon.
got it. Beautiful.
So yeah, man. What's your father?
What'd you say?
Where's your father from?
Look at your chart.
That's
Look at your chart. I'm not Mexican.
okay.
I had to make that work. I gotta be honest here. I'm just an honest person. But I'm an honest person. I gotta debate between like 3 of the people in the chart.
As far as your father?
Yeah, because it's like, what'd you say?
I told him to be the precept.
Oh, so the fate is going to be. The fate is going to be between Reuben, Shad.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to make sure that's what you were saying.
Yeah, okay. Remember, I tried to be y'all. Okay.
It's all love.
And I'll go with the way I know.
But all right, I want to show you how we predicate upon where we come from and what tribe we're from. And this is just a general chart. This is not all be all at all. We were scattered amongst. So we got Levites that's in Puerto Rico. We got Puerto Ricans in Mexico and Hawaii. Like it's not a be all, but generally, according to prophecy, we believe that this is where the 12 tribes will be. Right. So bring it up.
Numbers 1 and 18. And they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the 2nd month. And they declared their pedigrees after their families by the house of their fathers.
Right, so the pedigree, who you are, what tribe you're from, is predicated upon who your father is and where he's from. So your father's father's father, that's how, and it's hard. I mean, so we try the spirit by the spirit to, because some people think that they're from another name. Some people think they're white, but because their mom is a poor European, but they won't mention their father because they never knew their father or something like that. So they'll be grown to believe that they were, something other than what they are, because according to the Bible, you are who your father is. So within your debate, what you want to, it's probably not easy to do, but it will be a predicate upon your father's father's father.
I'm just, you've been talking to me. I don't like to commit.
Yeah,
Until I have the facts. You know what I mean? I don't have to, I know I'm not gonna read, I know I'm not reading, I know I'm not reading those things. But they, based on the region of where my father's family was during, a couple generations ago, it could be one of those 3. More than likely, it's Yehuda. Just so I want you to.
I got a Judah spirit from you. I feel like you're a Judite, a Yahweh or Yehuda. That's just how I feel like I'm talking to a king's tribe right now. So, yeah.
I don't know enough about the other 2. You know what I mean? I don't want to give up on you.
Y'all brothers suit up. Honestly,
It sound like he wrote the whole thing. It's really easy to say. It's like,
some of us who think that we're gonna go to them gates, Lord willing, and we're gonna walk into a whole nother gate.
it's a whole different game. Like, oh, no, sorry, we gonna have to.
But
That way, I ain't gonna feel no kind of way. I was like, I always thought.
at least you make it in one of those gates.
You want to be in the game, you know.
You got any questions? Any other questions?
Listen, I'm just absorbing.
Yes.
So, congregation. So it's kind of like it's kind of like it's not a congregation in the sense of it's a school of knowledge. And I'm not trying to do a semantic thing like, oh, we don't follow the congregation. No. I really mean this. There is a series of elders, right, that are all together that have been teaching classes and growing for like, I would say like decades. But they're not creating camps. I've heard you guys use that word before. They're not creating like camps. And there are obviously variations between their views and maybe what the camps views are. I don't even know anything about you guys, really. So I'm just talking now. But like I'm assuming there would be differences. Any of your agrees in here? I'm sorry, like this is crazy. I don't mean
It's all love.
I don't even do that, man. You see it on camera, so that's my next question. No. That's it. No, that's right. You good? Yeah, I was trying to figure that out. Yeah. So a lot. Our most famous elder is Rudolph Windsor. Yeah, but Rudolph Yaakov Windsor is his brother. He's very humble. Rudolph's brother is very, very humble. A lot of people just don't understand how much of a teacher and educator he is specifically. But there's a lot of so yeah. So of the people that most people would say, I would say that's the name. Yeah, but yeah, it's not so much like I wouldn't say it's a congregation, but it's like I would assume, and you guys will correct me, I would assume a lot of your leadership, a lot of your history goes back to the commandment keepers. So when we say like Rudolph Windsor and some of the individuals, these are just different people who are connected and aligned with commandment keepers over the ages. Do you know Rabbi Fuller? Okay, so he is he's the cousin of Michelle Obama, but he's in that whole community. They never called. We never use the term. I don't think you ever use the term. I don't see it anywhere. I don't think you ever call yourself Black Hebrew Israelites or something like that. Just probably Hebrew Israelites. So yeah, he calls himself Hebrew Israelites. Out of Chicago. You guys probably have camps in Chicago. I'm sure your camps in Chicago would have heard.
We don't, but we know our camps that's in Chicago. We know.
If you had a camp in Chicago and I said Rabbi Fuller, it's like, oh yeah, Rabbi Fuller. Just like camp in Philly is going to know Windsor. You know that name Windsor because that's the Philly like person. Or if I was like walking around in New York, I would say Rabbi Levy. You might not know that name, but they would know that name in New York. But these aren't. None of these teachers are actually in your camps, but it's because they're communities that started like right around the same time as your community. So it's not like there's a branch off or anything like that. It's just a different. It was just a different strength. Does that answer your question?
I know one do accept Esau.
Oh,
not you guys. That's you guys.
like literally Esau though?
It's like a big
All praises.
There you have
All praises.
But yeah, just observing some of yourself. Okay, Mark the Beast, leading unclean.
We believe the mark of the beast to be the RFID chip. And we see that it's turned into a digital currency. The American dollar is falling to the brick dollar. And we believe soon that it's going to be a grain of rice that's going to be in our hands and our foreheads. If you look at Elon Musk, he's actually making technology to go into your forehead so that you can access the internet without thinking about it. Neuralink, exactly.
I always, when I first heard about that, Neuralink, I was wondering if that was going to be the next market. They already do the one on the hand. You know that already.
Sweden has started.
Yeah, they already do the but the second they started doing that, I thought that. Now I will tell you, that get that a little bit, keep it on camera. So I'm gonna not caveat here. I'm gonna add a caveat here. Well, one of the things that to be knowledgeable of is the fact that that system that's behind MasterCard, Master and MasterCard, and that stuff.
It's good that it's true. I didn't hear you, right? It's good there's noise in the 666.
The VI is the most obvious one, the most cool. The VI is 6. 6 is shot, and the last one is 6. It's literally 666. For some reason, pick the name that abbreviates 666, and MasterCard, their master. Who's the master of their card? So, and if you ask them about it, like, you know, they'll say, "Oh, we were just being funny." Like they won't. They'll just say, "No, it's just being funny." You know what I mean? Like,
There's a lot of truth in the joke.
there's a lot of truth in their jokes. Like Google is, don't be evil, but they want the AI to take over. You know what I mean? It's like those weird things. But it sounds like so you guys do keep clean and keep kosher, or you just clean animals?
It would be kosher. Like kosher would be a clean animal according to Leviticus 11. Like we don't eat seaweed, we don't eat sea moss because it says don't eat nothing out of the waters without fins and scales, anything living. So we take it to that.
Let me ask you a French question. What's your thoughts on mushrooms?
We don't eat mushrooms. There was an understanding that I was given that I took it and I understood it because yeast is fungus. You know, but there's a difference between that kind of fungus and the fungus that's in the mushrooms. But the Most High said anything with seed, any fruit bearing seed is good for meat, and mushrooms grow off of bacteria, right? Fungus. So we stay away from something like that.
The other one that's weird like that is turkey. What's your guys turkey?
Turkey and chicken because they eat mice.
No, not chicken. That's just turkey.
Wow, what would be the thing about turkey?
So it's a thing, but like there's a discussion. Is a turkey a big chicken? Because if a turkey's a big chicken, it's a chicken. Chicken is listed in the animals that are clean animals. So a chicken is listed in the animals, clean animals. Even though it has that scavenger like sort of aspect of it, it's not one of the preying fowl. The preying fowl, meaning they prey on other birds, they would prey. They're predators of other birds, but the chicken is okay. But the thing about the turkey is, the question was, what was it when it came up and so forth. So like there was a lot of arguments on what it actually was. Does it fall under the 7 clean species? People who say it's just a big chicken, they're done. There's no more to do. The turkey's just a big chicken, you're done. But if you think a turkey is something else, there really is no tradition to go on to say that it can be included in one of those 7.
Vulture or something.
Yeah, because the joke becomes, people go, oh well, Israelites had a tradition of eating turkey, going way back, but it actually was a product of this one, right? So if you had evidence that God and then maybe some of those other groups that are around the area, if they would have had access to these animals, at least earlier than other people. Maybe if there was evidence that they had it as a part of their indigenous culture as creatures that they ate, maybe that would be an argument for it. I've never heard anybody make that argument. I'm thinking
I actually never heard this argument either, so this is something that I want to be able to prove.
Yeah, because here's the thing that makes the thing. So I heard the argument that ancient Israelites, ones that got, and you would probably know about this community, I'm sure you would, that got kicked into, in part of the diaspora in 70 AD, whatever, they went to Goshen, India.
Yes.
Yeah, you got them in Goshen, India. They dark people, brown. I mean,
Native Indians are also, the East Indians are also dark melanated people, but they're being oppressed over there.
Yeah, exactly. The Goshen are being oppressed in India, right? So they've always been, claiming to be Israelites. Never been a point in time where they weren't. They built synagogues, etc., what's being called synagogues today. And so the argument was that in those Jews ate turkey, so we can eat turkey. But the problem is everybody is doing the same flawed argument, because when those turkeys went over to the New World, when they came from the New World, they were on a trading route, and the trading route went from India to Turkey. And so the reason they're called turkeys is because they're at the end of the trade route, which is Turkey. And they only ate them in India because it was like the beginning of that trade, Marco Polo. It was the beginning of that trade route. It wasn't like some ancient Israelite tradition. They eat them. They just thought it was a big chicken. So they just ate it. So it's questionable. A lot of people have an argument about that, especially as you get to Thanksgiving. There's like some homes in the community that you can't go in and they won't hold by that turkey thing. It's just like they'd be like, whoa, I don't know. But other people like it's just a big chicken. I don't want to put something in your head that's like it's a major violation of kashrut law or it's not a clean animal or whatever. I'm just saying it's one of those things that people see as unknown or questionable because it came from over here, as opposed to it's not like in the ancient world they would have eaten a turkey. They would have never even seen one.
So I would is a turkey a predatory bird?
That's a good question.
Right? And a predatory bird, and just like a chicken, they might find some prey like a mouse or something like that. But as far as a bird killing a bird, we see vultures and hawks and eagles doing that. Right. So that if we can find that would be a red flag. You know what I mean? But fowls of the earth, we see there's more than just a dove or a chicken that we eat. There's other fowls that we can eat. In Leviticus 11, there's a specific instruction of what birds not to eat. Right? So we see Leviticus 11. One, here, the flesh, the borders, hands. These are this one, 3:13.
Leviticus 11, verse 13. And these are they which ye shall have an abomination among the fowls. They shall not be eaten. They are an abomination. The eagle and the ostrich,
Right?
and the offspring, and the osprey, and the vulture, and the kite after his kind, every raven after his kind, and the owl, and the nighthawk, and the cuckoo, and the hawk after his kind, and the little owl, and the cormorant, and the great owl, and the swan, and the pelican, and the gyre eagle, and the stork, and the heron after her kind, and the lapwing, and the bat. All fowls that creep.
That was it on all the ones that was an abomination. So I will go. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into every one of those files there, and I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna probably get a picture of every one of these ones so that we have it, to provide as evidence and proof of what we can't eat. And I didn't see anything in there that would be that.
I'm telling you, it's like one of those gray areas. There's another one though that you might care about more. It's called the Baba Musa. You ever heard of that? The Baba Musa was discovered. It's discovered in, I believe, Indonesia. I believe it might be Indonesia. I'm not, but it's in that area of the world. It's a pig. Okay, it's a pig, but it has the stomach of a sheep. So it eats up the hud, and it eats up its split hoof, and it eats up the hud. Baba Musa. Yes, we don't eat it, but there is some who are like, well, but it follows the requirements. It's split hoof, and even though it looks just like a pig, it's split hoof, and it eats up the hud.
And it doesn't eat anything else.
It eats nothing else. Just not act like the rest of the swines do. I've even heard people saying, well, that because in that, and they'll come up with crazy things. They'll say, well, that means because we're close to the end times, and that day we're going to even be able to.
Well, you're gonna be eating pork. We'll be shooting their pigeons, but we'll be eating pork. We'll be chewing on grass.
I'm saying we don't.
And there's gonna be a lot of people who claim don't eat pork. These Muslims gonna be eating pork in that case. Why?
They're the ones who started the question, by the way.
Oh, with the Baruch?
Yeah, they're the ones who started the question, by
I
the way.
snapshot that. I took a picture of it. I never heard of that before. Yeah, I looked it up. And it got the tusks and everything.
Yeah,
like
I
that.
know. It's so weird.
And I know that the pig, it doesn't sweat out its toxins. You know what I mean? So I think something like that. I'm gonna see, but that's not something that's a sign that tells us it's something we can't eat. You know what? It doesn't tell us if the animal doesn't sweat out or anything like that. So
It doesn't sweat out. It's just a split of the hoof and chew the cud. Yeah, chew for the cud. Unfortunately.
I just would let it go. I was looking at it as a pig.
You know what I mean? I don't know. It's like one of those things.
They call it a pig ear.
Hey, look at it. We get each other discussions. We all use the word camp. But we get each other discussions. That's a challenge word. That's a challenge word. You know, I really like the way that you guys do the pictures up. Because the world tries to pigeonhole your beliefs into being like a racial thing. You know, because it shows a lot of diversity. Yeah, I've honestly never seen, like walking around in life, I've seen you guys before, but like not really, hung out. You know what I mean? But like, it's great. I mean, I maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think you guys used to do that. But it's great to do that now. Am I right? You always used to do that, and I missed it.
The sign's been out since 1969, I believe.
With the pictures.
Oh, not with the pictures. It was just a chart.
Pictures.
Yeah.
When you just said, I've seen the signs before. I didn't know the names on the signs. I knew it was Islam Tribe of Israel, and it was people today. I just didn't know who's who. All I know, you could have told me Dad was Chinese. They're not, because we would say that they're more than likely Moabites. But do you say the same thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Because Lot slept with his two daughters, and they got the Chinese and Japanese nation. That's why they got them eyes. That's a form of sickness or a form of incest. You know what I mean?
So we come to the same conclusion, but for a different reason.
Why do you come?
We came to the conclusion because of the regions of the period, like the migration patterns of Moab and Ammon. We did not. Ammon is Japanese, right? Okay, yeah. You said that too. Okay. Yeah. it was like the migrational patterns from the way it's written in the Torah. But same thing. We came to the same conclusion. But it's like
I'm sure probably the elders
they
that
probably
they
had
brought
the
it there,
same
but
answer.
to make it quick, they probably teach us this way.
Yeah,
I gotta get into
everybody
that.
started out together.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm telling you, exact same elders. We're together under Rabbi, what's his name? Rabbi Miller. I think that's the name of the rabbi who's the rabbi of the initial rabbi of the commandment keepers. And then yeah, but and then you have Elam, is it him? Yes. Well, we also have a teaching now. You might have the same teaching about the gifts to the east of so Abraham had you'll correct me on this. Abraham had 8 sons. Ishmael, who everyone agrees is the Arabs. Yitzhak, who us and the Edomites.
Isaac is Jacob? No, Isaac is Isaac.
Isaac. Okay,
Okay.
that's how you say it. Okay, Isaac. You got do that for me because I'm agreeing to say things.
I just wanted to make sure I'm following.
You follow. You got Yaakov and the Solomon. You know what I mean?
Jacob and Esau.
Yeah, I always got cut him off. Everybody say today. You don't get used to doing it. You might accidentally slip in. Like that congregation he told me. But yeah, what I was saying that to say this, but then he has 6 other sons, and it talks about they went with the gifts of the East. And so there's this thing that like they didn't follow, Abraham, many nations, but those gifts of the East, like Hinduism, Buddhism, and all those 6 sons, if you like look at their names, like one Brahmin, Abraham Brahmin, like that's like the priestly caste of the Indians. So we have a teaching that they go there and they become those nations and those religions, whereas Elam itself are the people who ultimately come and oppress them and whole different
The
story.
original Persian.
Yeah, exactly. Sounds like you have the same sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm interested. Yeah, I this is different. I never spoke to someone that studies the Torah only, right?
Yeah, it's true.
And that has seen us very similar to what we teach and study.
Yes. And I would say Torah only is like a good way to put it, but you do have to understand that we do look at
The process.
no. We do the prophets, yes, and the writings, which is like Tehillim, Psalms, Tanakh, yes. But it's not like we're not aware of the New Testament. It's just not what we study. So that's the distinction. It's like because we always want to go to the New Testament but we see it more as a historical document. It's like a pulse check, because I think the word is hermeneutics. Basically, if you don't go precept upon precept, line upon line, then you take the Torah, the Tanakh, out of context. And the way you're going to pulse check that you didn't take it out of context is if you come up with some sort of practice for like, the Southern Kingdom or the Northern Kingdom that is not in alignment with the practices that are clearly established in the New Testament, then you're out of order. But the Tanakh is the Tanakh. You know what I'm saying? It's like kind of different. But you're right, because it's kind of like we're like the Torah, and that's like what we dwell on, we focus on, etc. But the prophets, they're the prophets. They're speaking of the end times. They're speaking of this. They're speaking of that. The writings we use to, praise God. Go through Psalms to pray and different writings and so forth. But if you're kind of out of order, you're out of order with the like if you say that the Jews did some practice But in the New Testament, they say they did an opposite practice. Something's off in your understanding. Is that making sense?
Yes. So it makes. I'm gonna show you our measuring stick. Right.
We see the New Testament like people might see the Apocrypha.
Okay. You
And that might be a
subscribe to the
little,
Apocrypha?
and that might be too strong because that might be a little bit too strong, but it's like
Non-canonical. That's what they say. So
non-canonical, maybe. Canonical, what is it? Canonical?
canonical.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
non-canonical.
canonical. Right.
Canadian.
Yeah. Watch this.
Isaiah chapter 8, verse 20. To the law and to the testimony, if they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light in them.
So if we go according to the law and the testimony is thus saith the Lord. Right? The thus saith the Lord we find in the Old Testament. So when we read the New Testament, it's either like you said when we read Paul, it's just a misunderstanding. Some people get a misunderstanding of this. So when we see it and we see that it don't align here, then that means we either have a misunderstanding and we have to gain an understanding of why he's speaking like this. Right, but when we understand the Hellenistic period, we understand why he had to go to the Gentiles because we were scattered to the Gentiles. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I mean, I gotta tell you, that's the bane of our. I mean, I don't want to say our, but that's the bane of my existence. Can't like teach like you guys do, and hopefully you're successful at it. But like the world today has a real difficulty in understanding that the word Gentile is just the word goy, which is nation, and it is interchangeably. Or it's just like
it doesn't mean a person is not a Jew.
I once had, I'm sure you guys have had this experience. I once had the person argue with me that I call it the League of Nations. I don't know what you guys call it, but in Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 10, but it talks about the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, Japheth, Japheth.
We call him Jeff.
Japheth. There is a thing where it says he goes to the Isle of the Goyim, but it's translated as Isle of the Gentiles. There's nothing wrong with that translation. Nothing wrong. I'm not saying that there's something wrong with King James translating that. As a matter of fact, he tried his best to have the most authentic use of Hebrew sources, even in the. I mean, you guys probably already know everything I'm saying, but in the New Testament, than any other source. You know,
It's a word for word translation instead of
exactly. Yeah, exactly. And so he said, "Isle of the Gentiles," but they'll go. See,
and
for Shem and Ham, he said the nations. He said but it's the same word. But for Japheth, he said Gentiles. So it gotta be South. It gotta be the Unifites. They gotta be included. And it's like, I never get this one either because they're Semitic, right?
Esau Shemitic.
Yeah. So I don't even understand how they make that. Yeah, I don't understand how they make that.
How do they do that? Yeah.
But my point is, like, it creates this wall. Do you have a way around that wall? It creates this wall because they can't get beyond the fact that when Paul said something like, "Therefore I'm an apostle to the Gentiles," or "I'm somebody to the Gentiles," or "I've been appointed to the Gentiles."
How can we prove that that's talking about the Israelites?
Yeah, but in a way that they can at least, they got a shot of hearing it. Because maybe there's some magic verse. I don't know the magic verse.
Right,
I'll be honest. I don't know the magic verse.
It's right here. It's Romans 9 and 3. I'm reading.
Romans 9 and verse 3. For I could wish that myself were accursed from Christ for my brethren, my kinsmen according to the flesh, who are Israelites.
Right, so his brethren, his kinsmen according to the flesh are Israelites. And then we're going to keep going. It'll say who pertain to the adoption, the glory, right? If the adoption is given to the Israelites, how are they getting adopted, right? They're getting adopted back into the covenant. But we go here to prove who his brethren is. His brethren according to the flesh are Israelites. Now go to 1 Corinthians 12 and 1.
1 Corinthians 12 from the top. Now concerning spiritual gifts, brethren.
So then, who are the brother? The Israelites, right? According to the flesh. Keep going.
I would not have you ignorant.
He's telling the Israelites, don't be ignorant, right? Don't have a lack of knowledge. Keep going.
Ye know that ye were Gentiles.
Telling his brethren, the Israelites, that they were Gentiles. You used to be Gentiles, right?
Carried away into these dumb idols.
So the way that they became Gentiles is because they went a whoring, right? They went and followed after these idols. Following after the ways of these nations make you a stranger, and it makes you a Gentile, right? So it's verbatim that he's talking to his brethren, the Israelites, and saying that these people used to be Gentiles. Verse 1.
Romans 9 and 3. Then we went to Corinthians. Romans 9 and 3.
Do you guys get into the same situation I get into in life? I mean, like the way you see, the way you see me is the way I always am, right? So I was wondering if you guys get into this situation like I find myself having to be in these situations a lot, not like building with brothers, but I mean being in a situation where I have to like defend myself, like at work or like just life, walking down the street, like whatever. You know what I mean? Because it's just like
Your light is shining.
yeah. It's just like it's just kind of different. You know what I mean? It'll be like something like
And
that.
I see you, I'm like, you know, you the real Jew, because I knew that you was practicing, and I never knew of a. I'm not gonna, excuse me, I don't mean to offend, right? Belief that knows who the Edomites are, that knows who the Elamites, that knows who the Jews are. It's just amazing to me.
Straight up say
Yeah.
you know, because we love it because we can be talking about it right there.
Yeah.
They don't know that they see, just like they feel as though they want things, they don't even recognize their name when they call it.
They
You know what I mean?
He be doing it. He be like, hey, Esau, throw this in the trash for me. And he come over, he'll grab the trash and take it to the trash.
Sometimes they know who they are.
They might be listening, you know.
They just straight up do it. That's how, like, when you started talking about people, we're like, oh yeah, Moab and Aaron. Like, we know the names because we could, like, just be talking, like, right there. We'd be like, yeah, I saw this Elamite the other day. But yeah, but it's like it's just like constant. Like, they're not supposed to do it. Like, you're supposed to be in a work environment, you're supposed to be in a work setting, and people aren't necessarily supposed to be like trying to tell you about their beliefs or trying to convince you to their beliefs. It's like I'm trying to convince everybody that the possibility that God loves everyone. And you know what I mean? And it's like, and they even believe it in spite of their works. I'm not even saying about works like any works, but I mean like they have recreated a God that loves you regardless of like you we're not even talking that we're not even talking nationality yet. We're not talking ethnicity or anything. Before we even get there, it's like you'll have meetings and you'll have structural things and they'll be like, okay, before we begin this meeting, everybody agrees that everybody can do anything and everything that they want to do, and God still loves them. I'm like, well, what does that have to do? What does that have to do with me cleaning this trash or me doing these books? What does that have to do with this? You know what I mean?
You can do whatever you want, but there's a judgment in it.
Yes.
How you doing whatever you want? You can. He's going to accept you if you just fall on his name. But there's going to be a day of judgment. It's going to judge you according to your deeds.
But it sounds like you guys did the same thing.
Yeah, this was very interesting. To see the countenance of the appearance. You know what I mean? I would have never imagined that we could have this kind of dialogue. I would have never imagined that you would agree to who the nations are, that we need to keep the commandments. And whether Christ saw anything about the New Testament, what we believe is you got to keep the commandments. And you teaching our people that they got to keep the commandments. And Lord willing, the Spirit lead them whichever way they need to go. I mean, whether they can believe.
Let me ask you something though that's really important to me Well, let me ask you something though that's really important to me about you guys. Okay, I see you guys all the time, and you might already be there, and that's fine or whatever. So we got a big thing with us about Hebrew. Okay, like the language. And I don't mean, hey, how you saying it? I should know how. Go ahead and say it. No, I don't mean like that. We can do it. We can do that. But when we're studying, like I said, we have an ancient everything that they don't have Yiddish race. It's not, and people, when they hear us, they like people in Israel, whatever, when they hear us, they go like this. Because they know that ours goes really, really, really back. Okay? So it's a real ancient form that they know that what they did to create theirs was they couldn't do ours, so they took Yiddish and they watered down the way we pronounce Hebrew. Okay? Now I'm not saying y'all need to pronounce Hebrew the way we pronounce Hebrew. Okay? But what I'm saying is, in your text, just something to think about, talking to you, whatever. Are y'all, and you're going to correct me here, because I'm going to make it up. Okay.
Are we referencing back to the Hebrew?
Let me think. I'm going to butcher it. Lawashana Hakadasha.
It's
I made that up.
yeah,
I
that's
based
the
that
new
up in
moon.
the way you were doing the Hawashah, and I added that to how we would pronounce Hebrew. And I'm
The Hebrew word. That's
I'm saying Lawashana. It means holy language. We would say Lashona Kodesh. Lashona Kodesh. See that ka, they don't have that. They don't have that in Yiddish. It's like it's in the back of your throat. We have like ka, we have ayin, we have all letters that they can't pronounce. They just don't have. They're speaking German, the German-based diet. It's totally provable. Totally provable. But I'm saying, in terms of there is no. You guys,
that's that hump. Right there. Like a hog spit.
Yes. So that's one of our letters. And then we have another one. So we have a huff that says, and then we have one that is like more airy. So it's like huff. And then there's even one that's like which is a so it's like you got the just sound, which is like the word camel. You have like that word, but there's a soft version of it, it's like that. Like we have all the letters, so we got every single. See, the thing about it is, one of our things is the entire languages of the world were all built off of Hebrew. So even the American alphabet. Before, I don't know if you guys do the same thing. Before they were separated
In the Tower
of Babel, that was the core language. So like all of these languages that everybody splintered from, they got little residual elements. Now the Chinese is the most pure because they've been keeping that same language since like the break. Everybody else, they've been moving around, and the 70 different families is like intermingled or whatever, and all this sort of stuff. So their language isn't as pure, but those Chinese have always been like sticking to the language. But that's a different story. Yeah. But the thing about, I'm just saying, in their language, you're going to find a lot more borrows from Hebrew than some of the others. But everybody got borrows from like I mean, there's even a word yesh, which is the basis of yes.
You can't be seen.
Like yesh is the basis of yes. Like it's like as basic as that is coming from. Yes, Kai. And we say Ken, but it's you get it. But it's like, but so because we're the basis of everything, every single language, every dialectic sound that every language has is in Hebrew. So there are in Hebrew 30, there are in Hebrew 32 distinctive sounds, but they're all being forgotten. Now, that's not the same number as the letters. I know that's the first thing you might hear. Yeah, yeah. So the distinction is sometimes depending on where it is in the word, the end of the word, the beginning of the word, that's the stress because
The Yah or the
yeah. So like
possessive or
yeah. So chaf and kaf are the same sort of thing, but the one that sounds more like the golf is a different one. That's all. But again, that's a long story short. But the whole point is, it doesn't mean that your Hebrew has to be our Hebrew at all. We believe, I'm gonna tell you, we believe we got the H one. We believe we got the right one. I'm gonna let you know. But it doesn't mean anything about yours. You guys are going to paleo in the writing, which is a higher level than most people are doing. So you guys are going to paleo in the writing. I'm just saying, if you cultivate a pronunciation of the Hebrew that you as a mass, as a people are actually going with and you can grow with, then your message is bulletproof. Because at the end of the day, somebody's going to come up to you and be like, oh, so you say you know Hebrew? I know Hebrew. Hey, my shinokai, we say that, you know Yehudi. Like they're going to do that to you, and you're going to be like, but you're speaking a Yiddish-induced Hebrew. We base ours off of Paleo Hebrew, and we pronounce it like this, but like having it. You know what I mean? Because your community and you guys I mean, if you guys start, I mean, I don't even mean if you guys started with our elders. You guys started with our elders. I mean, we're talking back 1918. It's like 100. That's like 105
You know
years.
what? I did hear about this. I did. Because, yes, there was, I do agree that before 1969, the understanding that we had today coming from Albert Bivens, there was, it came from, and that was 1969 when this came, but he was learning from other elders.
The elders began in 1918. I'm gonna tell you straight up what happened. I don't know how you're gonna take this, but I'm just truthful. I'm gonna tell you. I think Esau messed up. I think Esau messed up because in 1918, the spirit of learning and knowledge was so open that the beginning elders were willing to go to Esau. And they were saying, well, can you teach us your Hebrew? Can you teach us how to do this? And what tzitzit to wear, what fringes to wear, and how to do kosher, and da-da-da-da-da. They were racist. And so they closed the door on the elders. And the elders said, well, the heck with them, they must not be the true people of God, because how could they be claiming that they the true people of God and we the true people of God? We were at least willing to see that they could be the true and we could be the true. But because they closed the door, there must be something intrinsically evil in their message. And then we started cutting in, we started going in more and more and more. And it was like, because you gotta understand, even though we knew they were Edom, even though we know Edom, there was a point in time when there was some conversion from Edom into the children of Israel. Even in the ancient times. And Esther, there's also the Herod point, right? Because Herod, that was the whole thing with Herod, talking about how, they put him deliberately in front of us because he was an Edomite. Well, I don't know if you guys.
Yes, Herod was Edomite.
Yeah. So the fact that they shut the door on us, opened the door to like all this understanding, all this sort of knowledge, and so forth. So that 1918 that comes to 1968 turns out to be exactly 50 years. that 50 years was when this was when we went from a point of like vulnerability to actually say, you know what, we need to stand in our own truth. And what does standing in our own truth begins? And then after 50 years, we get like, you know, got the commandment keepers, you get everything like this. If they would have opened the door, I mean, we would be here having this conversation. We'd probably be somewhere else. Or they, I don't know what they were trying to us.
Because we've been caught up in there and
We'd be in there understanding. There wouldn't be any of these prophets speaking on the streets. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Or us, you know, us learning in the classrooms.
Can I get your number?
So here's the thing. I don't have a phone, okay? But I will give you a number. I wanna set expectations. We're not on the camera, right? Oh, yeah.
Can you take it?
Yeah. I want to set expectations, so I don't have like the cellular. I don't have like the cell phone thing because it's like
Yeah. You take it and you put your number in. If you don't mind. Yeah.
So when you get like a message, I want you to be like, oh, this guy I give somebody my number.
This is beautiful. I love it. This is different. I've never seen it.
So,
All right. All praise to the Most High, man. Only the Most High can get an increase. Remember, what if I gave you my number?
but
You give me a flyer?
but I know my number, man. Like I know it's 6999. I'm just trying to think of the first three digits. Pause. Oh, that just was said on camera, man.
Oh, yeah, it is. They ain't getting no more than that, though.
My number's still like that. It's still like that. I'm gonna give you a phone number. It should link you to my. I changed my number like a few months ago. This should do it. You want my name though, right?
Yeah, what is it?
Yosef Further. Yeah.
Take a flyer too, Ken, just in case, like, you had a number on there.
Or you just write your number on here, right? Or is this your number? Okay.
This was an amazing dialogue. You know Spanish too? You read Spanish?
So we have this language called Ladino, and it's Castilian, pre-Castilian Spanish, because there was a time when the Israelites were in Spain, and now it's a language we spoke through. So we yeah. So but no study. Yeah.
It say don't forbid to speak in tongues. So
Say that again.
it say don't forbid to speak in tongues. So we should be learning the languages. Like he be talking to some of the Arabs and to get them to agree with our understanding, because you got a lot of our people in Islam.
Yep.
I mean, when they agree that we're the Israelites, you know, he'll speak some Arabic and things like that to try to build a rapport with the Arabs.
I think a lot of information is missing about exactly what the Arab's role was in the slave trade. And I think that's what has gotten a lot of us in these communities. And then the other thing is, back in that 1918, okay, when the movements were flourishing and beginning, just amongst the community, especially when they worked with Marcus Garvey, a lot more of the energy was and the outreach was taken up by the the brothers who had a want or a connection to Islam, and in those brothers, with Farad Muhammad, is the seed that becomes the Nation of Islam. Like that school with the yes, and so he was up in there with I just said his name. No, with Marcus Garvey, and then that. For all I know, Marcus Garvey kicked him out because he knew he was Esau. And then that picked up Elijah Poole becomes Elijah Muhammad, and that's where that whole shit. But something about that 1918. Now that we talking, I want to look back into that because maybe maybe your prophecies and stuff. Maybe that 1918 is some magic year for Israel because you do get that break off where the Muslims start coming around, and then you also get all of our leaders. Like that's when we got rejected by the Edomites. Well, we got rejected by the Edomites, and they got anointed by the Edomites. Well, that's interesting. So that's an interesting one. They got anointed by an Edomite who then starts their thing, but we got rejected by them. Maybe you know what? And I don't even want to say maybe. Probably because we were truth. We had to get rejected like almost like immediately. No way we're gonna have you. Oh, get out of here. You know what I mean? Like that sort of thing. You know what I mean? Whereas they're like, oh, you want to learn about a different truth? You know what I mean? Come with us. That's what to see for the other ones. So it's interesting. No, but I got your flyer, I got your information. I forgot your name though. Shara. Okay. What's your name? What is it? Lord. What is it? Wayne? Oh, Wayne. I'm sorry if I finished. Wayne. Yeah. Yep. I'm your second. Yeah, man. Yep. I'm talking to you guys. Yeah. It threw me for a loop, though. He said he's a real Jew or something. I was like, wait a second. What are you talking about?
When you walk by, King, I started looking for your taxes when you walked by. I said, oh, but you guys I see where they at now. Yeah.
We put ours in.
When you walked by, I said, that's a Jew right there.
Because some people pick it up because it's real clear we don't mar the sides of our in and out. We don't mar none of that. We don't do any of that. But yeah.
I didn't mean to offend the truth with Esau things, but I had to ask that question.
Well, I didn't. Oh, okay. You know, sometimes somebody says something to you, but then somebody say something to you, and it's like so not even in the realm of possibility. What? I was offended. I was like, I didn't even know that was an option. But honestly, you didn't go there a little bit, I mean, now, but the thing about it is that happening?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. I switched to a translation. I want to fix on here. This is a nice outside.
What was it? 300 people? Well, was it just one song of 100, or was it like half and half? Maybe about 10 or 15.
And to buy you a phone.
We can just call you on.
Guys, man, we gotta pick your brain, man. I need you, man. The community needs you.
mean, the elders, you gotta understand, the elders, that group of elders from the beginning, they just been teaching. I mean, that's what they've been doing. But it's like a lot of, it's just a different, the level of humility with some of these earlier, and they call themselves rabbis then, you know what I mean? Some of these earlier rabbis, they just it's very humble. And it's just like, you know what I mean? And it's like, as a Jew, okay, as a member of the Hebrew Israelites, you know what I mean? As people of God, our definition of humility is not necessarily the definition of the world's humility. So when I say humble, you have to understand what I'm saying is like humility is kind of like knowing like what a person is capable of and to which level they should be and sticking to that level and not trying to be over proud of that. But I think sometimes some of the leadership might have been a little bit too humble because they could have gotten out there a little bit. They could have gotten, but Rabbi Rudolph Windsor, his book is out there. Everybody has seen. I mean, everyone has seen the evidence of like the research. It's interesting because though Babylon and Timbuktu is the one that most people know of, there's some good stuff in Judea trembles under Rome that's also related to the being kicked out of the temple in 70 AD. And so that's really, yeah. And I'm sure you guys are up on the recent, I don't know how you feel about it, but because there's a bit of a con in DNA, but there's a recent, so there's a DNA sort of thing that talks about Yehuda having some connection to Evo. Yes. Yeah, and that the Evos weren't just, they try to make it seem like it's figurative. They say the Evos consider themselves but the reality was they were the Jews, the Catholics. But it was like, so the DNA can show that they're connected to the Jews. You understand what I'm saying? The DNA shows that they are connected to the Jews here. They're connected to the here is connected to the evil who happen to be the exact same people that people are now starting to understand have always had this historical connection with being the Hebrews. Now, one of the things I find funny, and we didn't bring this up, but this is the funniest thing I find on your chart. How long have you had these charts?
As far as that chart, about a year.
No. Okay, I know what you mean by the chart, but like connecting the tribes like that. How long has there been a connection? How long? When did the revelation come?
I want to say out of it is 1969. He went to the Indian reservations and said these guys have to be Hebrew Israelites.
So the interesting thing about that chart, is that chart does not include the tribe of Dan.
And we don't include it because there's not enough of them that's going to go into one of the gates.
Understood.
So we don't know who Dan is.
I know. But the thing that's interesting about Dan not being on that chart is Dan happens to be the exact tribe that the Edomites state are the Jews of Ethiopia. They say that they're Jews because they are of the tribe of Dan.
But Ethiopia comes from Ham. They're from the Cush.
But you understand the point. That's why they're not on this. That's why Dan is not on the list. Dan is not on the list, and yet the only group that of melanated skin that Edom accepts as being the Jewish people happens to have the name that's not on the chart as being one of the 12. Very interesting coincidence. I don't know what to make of it, but I just came up with that when seeing the chart and understanding the history of Dan and how they're accepted by the Edomites. It's really interesting. I'm gonna play with that. Like, I've gotten a lot from this conversation too. I got a couple research things to look up because I think that Dan one is interesting because I mean they uniformly are accepted in Israel as being the tribe of Dan. That's what their leaders have stated, that the Ethiopian Jews are the tribe of Dan. But for them to not be a tribe that's actually included there, it's almost prophetic, man. I don't know if you're feeling what I'm saying. Like if you wrote this in 69, you have to understand Operation Moses, which is the operation that Israel used to take the Ethiopian Jews into Israel, is post 1969. So know the date on when you created each tribe, because they were not declared the tribe of Dan until about 1984, from at the minimum from a person by the name of the Rishon LeZion, so from Obadiah Yosef. That was the leader. That was the religious leader of the Jews in Israel at that time. So you got someone declaring them being the tribe of Dan,
Someone else declared.
someone else declaring them to be the tribe of Dan, which happens to be the very tribe that your founder prophetically chose not to include on the chart. It's not like in Israel they saw your chart. There's a 1 in 12 shot. And it just so happens that they picked the one that's not on your chart. I'm just saying, there's something going on there. I'm gonna be researching it. I don't know exactly what it is yet. I got little parts. You can see it's formulating in my head as you're talking. But
When you do, build with me, man.
yeah. Okay,
All right.
absolutely. Good talking to you.
Yeah, I love you, man. Yeah, all praise to the Most High, man. And with that, we're going to say, Call with Dafla Yahweh Ba'Shem Mashiach Yahweh Shah and Mawafla Babo.